Hello? Testing? Hello? Testing? Can people in chat hear me? Have I put my shit everywhere that I'm supposed to be putting it? Maybe. 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 I'm teeny tiny. I'm little. I'm itty freaking bitty. Okay. What if I was less teeny tiny and less itty freaking bitty? How about that, huh? Real quiet? Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Am I itty freaking bitty? How itty freaking bitty am I? Sounds fine to you? Okay. Good. I'm itty freaking bitty? I'm freaking tiny? I'm tiny and itty freaking bitty? Not anymore. Really sensitive mics tend to have really quiet low ends. Yeah, that makes sense. La 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 la. But I'm less itty freaking bitty now, right? I'm more normal. I'm turned a bit more relative to the music. Duh, well, this music is not the music that will be there, but sure. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. I turn it up a bit more relative to the music. Do 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 do. Oh, see, now you know it's good because occasionally my microphone is flashing to let me know that I'm clipping. Just every so often, which means I know that that function works. So I appreciate that. La 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 la. Okay. If you're not standing out against a pretty quiet song, you don't get a chance against Scarlet Draw. Fair enough. I'm turning down my gain a little bit because I am clipping a little. La 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 la. Okay. Hacha! Oh wait, I'm not in a Discord call. No, 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 no! Okay, hi. Oh, I need to turn my mic sensitivity back down. La 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 la. Da 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 da. Da da da. Otherwise, my PNG tuber doesn't work. Hi, Ash. I'm like 2 scenes ahead, I think. They're great scenes. They're Aw, cute! La 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 la. Okay. This music is off now. How itty freaking bitty am I with the music off? Itty freaking bitty. Freaking tiny. Tiny little bitch. Is it also appealing? This is a good question. It's a question we all need to know the answer to. Second hotfish for version 2.0. Oh, it fixes the bug that my friend found. This is important. Bwa 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 bwa. Bwa 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 bwa. What? You sound like a little guy, but that's just you. Maybe we should take this itty freaking ditty for all it's worth. Okay, you got my shit going. This is a work of fiction. I don't even know. I don't even know that it's fiction. Oh, right. Thank you for trying our demo. Exclusive phone charm unlocked. Bonus store credit added. Da 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 da. Okay. I don't know why you gave me that. I didn't try your demo, but I appreciate it, question mark? These are just the normal episode 0 bonus scenarios, right? Yeah. I don't know why that's doing that. Fascinating stuff. I'm just getting chat pulled up on my phone, don't mind me. I've looked at all these, right? Yes. Stream manager, previous menu, main menu. It's elevator. Hello, I am Emma. Thank you for trying our demo. Uh-huh. Same as it ever was. Great. Why are you in the wrong menu? Because they told me about the freaking... I'm not stupid. They told me about my bonuses, and I wanted to know. I wanted to know if they gave me new bonuses. No. Guys, chat. Okay. Going back to the normal menu. Are you happy now? I'm going back to being normal. Does that make you happy? Does it make you happy that you've done this to me? Turning away from the microphone dramatically. Sorry, I have my my monitoring on and it's freaking me out. I mean, it's not freaking me out, but I'm listening very closely to how my voice sounds. Ifudodo reference? I don't know what that is. Being stupid? Being normal? Watch streak reached? What the fuck does this mean? Anyway. We're gonna get back into it. I'm gonna stop fucking around. I have to get my Morgan voice on point, though. Pomp and circumstance, ceremony and ritual. For some reason, I thought that the Mafia, of all people, would be a little more efficient in their execution. A little more honest about what they are. Evidently not. Artifice with every glance, costumes and makeup abound. Is this disappointment? That even here, in the supposed bowels of the underworld, there's no escaping the etiquette of it all? God forbid a girl look good. I suppose so. She's the one? Doesn't look like much. Yay! The Orientalism episode! Suddenly, their posture stiffens even further. A true feat. Their necks suddenly turn to a pair of doors in the back, each of them attuned to some signal I'm not receiving. Do you think Morgan watches John forging YouTube videos? Yes, is what I've decided. Be still. The young master returns. Time to open another set of doors. Yeah! I love this guy. I love this guy. I love this guy from the pre-release art. Yes. Yes. What's his voice? I gotta come up with a good voice for him. I've only done like 2 voices in the past stream. You're late. Hold on. Wait. Young master, sir, everyone slow down. We came as soon as we found her, sir. Traffic was... This is just some sassy, lost child. Silence. Yes, sir. What time were you told to return by? 4 o'clock, sir. And what time is it now? Shade Slick lies down. I know! I know! Permission to check my phone. Oh, wait, no, that wasn't... You're late. You were tasked with finding one woman and bringing her here in a timely manner. Sir, you'll speak when I tell you to, and not one word further, or else I'll have your teeth removed. By way of curbside. Go. Is this a prank? Am I being recorded? He who wishes to fight must first count the cost. So says Sun Tzu. Please let this be a prank. And I don't think you can fathom the cost your tardiness has incurred. If the lead up to my execution is some kid reading from Art of War, I might just... What is the #1 rule in this family? Timeliness, sir! When money gets wasted, it can be replaced. But time only goes one way. It's always running out. The loss is permanent. Every second wasted is a scar on this house's face. Timeliness is next to godliness. So say I. Oh, God. So if you two ever waste my time, the house's time, again, expect to be dragged through hell. I'm already there. Now both of you, get out. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Useless. You. Red woman, you're being addressed. Forget pride. I just want this over with as fast as possible. You're the lawyer, correct? You may answer. As fast as possible. I am a lawyer. Morgan, criminal defense, Mr... How should I address you? As all outsiders do, by my name. Makoto of House Ikaria. I fucking love this guy. I love this guy so much. It's crazy. Forget pride. Morgan confirmed homophobic. True. Hold on, I'm gonna turn my gain down a little bit again. If I become too itty-bitty, just let me know. If I become too itty-bitty tiny, just let me know. Turn my headphone monitoring up again as well. There we go. Makoto Ikaria. Date of birth, February 27th. Height, 146 centimeters. Short. Weight, such impudence. Blood type, A-. Occupation, heir apparent. Unemployed? Student. Likes, biographies, shogi, amber. Dislikes, tardiness, tarnish, group assignments. Favorite figures, Saladin, Sun Tzu, Hannibal. Favorite phrase, Vae Victis, literally, woe to the conquered. Relaxes by building, painting models. Oh my god, he paints models, he's just like me. I'm gonna change my phone charm actually, since we're here. Also, I got some new phone credit, so... Ding. An important addition. Oh, I meant to text you about this? About what? Oh, about the Neko Arc phone charm? Did you get it? What feels appropriate here? Holy shit, women phone charm. You do realize that Neko Arc is a Fate Stay Night reference, right? Yes, it's Neko Arc. I'm familiar. I think your voice from Mikoto isn't petulant enough. I'll do my best. Yeah, I think now is the time for Sato stuck. We'll do the fancy phone case, because we're fancy. You, Morgan, criminal doofens, have the great honor of being summoned before me. Don't bother bowing. Once you start, you'll end up prostrated all day, and we have important work to do. Out of an abundance of respect for your time, Makoto, I should let you know that I still have no idea what I'm doing here. Oh. I'll have to kneel on a bed of nails later, some such thing. Mrs. Dufens. Mrs.? Really? The house has need of your legal services. Oh. Would you give me a moment to clear my throat? I need to switch gears. Un instant. So you want to hire me? One of our own is being slandered by multiple homicide charges. You will defend him. You want to hire me, and I'm flattered, Makoto. But did you pull my name out of a hat? Pick a random page in the phone book? I have many books on my phone, libraries full of esoteric knowledge spreading across countless tomes. You will have to be more specific. Sorry, I misspoke. What I mean is, this is House Icaria. You must keep a small army of lawyers on retainer. Surely any one of them would be happy to help you. We have lawyers. He doesn't know what a phone book is. He's 2. Literally true. He's 2 years old. I love him so much. I think this... I sent this guy to my good friend Lemmy Felix because I was like, this is such a Lemmy core guy. It's just like impotent little man. I really like him. Competent ones, expensive ones, and some who are both. Does Morgan know what a phone book is? Yeah, she's old. A small child aged 12 to 14 these days? Has she ever directly interacted with one? Probably. But the best of them are all preoccupied. That's it? They're all just preoccupied? Preoccupied means busy. Thanks. But I'm still not sure how my name specifically was... Do you have a customer survey you want filled out, Mrs. Dufens? You were recommended. What does it matter how it came about? Normally, it wouldn't matter. But when the client I'm recommended to is one of the richest, most well-connected families in the country, it gives me pause. I don't have any friends in high places. Not anymore. Yeah, I knew you were gonna fucking say that, you little freak. Ah! Sorry, David Ashore. Morgan's ancient, she's like 30. Yeah, exactly. I'm not sure whether I've ever had to interact with a phone book besides to throw them into the recycling bin. I have interfaced with the Yellow Pages in my time. I have looked up a number in the phone book. This was an activity I did in my childhood, to be clear. That makes it hard to see this as a favor. Not when my employer doesn't even know my goddamn name. Of course. My apologies. No doubt you have other questions. Very well. I'll permit you to ask them. Such a gentleman. In my youth. Yeah, in my youth. House Icaria. If I wasn't brought here because of what happened last night, which, by the way, was cool and awesome, then this is just another job. Meaning all of this, starting back at the bar... This has all just been their idea of a power move. Thank you for insisting I get to visit your estate in person. Beautiful here. An oasis of old-world sensibility amidst a desert of steel and neon eyesores. Is what the house elders say. I've never seen anything like it. It matches your family's reputation for class. In that far-off year of 2014, exactly. My family's reputation is power, not class. I'd take it a step further and guess you're renowned for violence rather than power. But that's a moot point. Violence can be classy. And from how this house is talked about in the headlines I read on the drive over, the nature of your family's reputation seems to vary greatly depending on who you ask. Some think you've got half the gangs in the city under your control. Others think you've left all that behind and are no worse than any other corporate family. Are you expecting me to ask you what you think? What I think is that I'll need some basic information if I'm to adequately defend your interests. We're financiers. You don't say. Lending, investing, taking over, buying out, the Icaria Financial Group was founded nearly 2 centuries ago. Loaning funds is high risk and high reward, but as you can see, our results speak for themselves. Terms, Icaria. It's misspelled. Icaria. Showing results for Icaria Financial Group. Someone just run pure double sequence Nomi off me? Lol. The Icaria Financial Group is a private investment company and one of the nation's most exclusive asset managers as of 2086. We believe that investing should be accessible to anyone, and that that's best accomplished by tailoring their investment portfolio to suit their specific needs. Interested in working with us? Let's get started on your profile below so we can determine your options. Remember, even if you unfortunately aren't a good fit for IFG itself, we'll always be happy to set you up with one or more of our partners that are better suited to your class. Not interested in sponsored search results? See further with a premium account. Icaria Financial Group. Fancy way of saying they got their start as mobster loan sharks. It's not impossible to get this rich with loan sharking alone, but such unsavory work wouldn't get them into the ballrooms and boardrooms tiers of society. You gotta rip people off with mortgages to do that. Is lending the house's only income stream? No. Through Aria, our holding company, the house controls any number of what a civilian like you might call legitimate enterprises. Hello, sports flans. Better suited for your class is really funny. Agree. No fucking shot, there's still physical phone books. 2050. I think that Morgan is just an old soul. I think that Morgan has a phone book, but it's outdated. Will there still be physical phone books in 2030 even? Yes. I'm here to say that. Hi, Pax. They barely exist now. Pax, I've been starving. There's no baseball front office rumors over the holiday breaks. And yes, we did found the Renogen Pharmaceutical Corporation, but what's past is prologue. Renogen? They're a drug company, one of the biggest. You're saying you have no relation to Renogen presently? The company went public years ago, and Aria divested our shares not long after. We were given 1 seat on the board as a formality. That's the extent of it. Given? A family like this only takes. Why is he suddenly so humble? He doesn't know the meaning of the word. If he's downplaying the pull within Renogen. Showing results for Renogen Pharmaceuticals, LLC. This one, spelled correctly. Renogen is a global leader in pharmaceutical research, development, and distribution, a company that puts your health before any other concern. Our groundbreaking research into combating modern medical challenges has helped millions live happy, healthy lives, and we're proud to keep fighting that fight as we pursue our corporate goals. Put our medicine in the cabinet of every home. Improve patients' lives and their communities. Minimize our environmental footprint through sustainable ventures. Operate with dignity and pride in our ethics. Deliver consistent, steady growth to our investors. Shortly after our founding, our researchers developed metformin, the first orally ingested treatment for type 2 abnormal diabetes, freeing millions of adolescents suffering from its effects from being subjected to painful injections. Since then, we've gone on to improve on our formulation, and that constant dedication to perfecting our medicines has made us a national leader in pharmaceutical biological biosimilars. We are obsessed with perfection and driven by purpose. We'll never stop searching for the next step in the evolution of what it means to be healthy. Not interested in sponsored search results? See further with a premium account. I'm enjoying my Terry's chocolate orange. You're British. Feed the stoves and Christmas coal. I agree. Then the house must have a reason to want to distance themselves from the company. You're being very modest, Makoto. And more than a little vague. It's only polite. It's unnecessary talking to your lawyer. You aren't my lawyer, Mrs. Dufens, but you will be working for me. So you'll have to become accustomed to putting your needs second. He's deflecting. And if he's trying to be subtle about it, he's not doing it well. I doubt it's possible a company with as big a boot heel as Renogen has no relation to anything that happens in this city, but I'll drop it for now. I'm in no rush to wade into boardroom politics again anytime soon. Let's talk about you, Makoto. I'd like to know a bit more about you, actually. How long have you... I am the only son of Raphael Icaria, and the only grandson of Daisuke Icaria, CEO of the Icaria Financial Group, patriarch of this family, and chairman of the house. I gather that those titles are all one and the same. As one destined to succeed the headship, commanding the family's servants is my responsibility and my birthright. So if one of them needs a lawyer, it falls to you. And she can't call me British over at Terry's Chocolate Orange. One, it's from Walmart or something. Two, the box says that the company is French. Yeah, but it's a British thing. When our loyal men, women, or their families need help, it is my solemn duty to ensure that they are taken care of. And your age? What a boorish question! I knew that peasants raised outside our stratus had little understanding of the finer things, but I assumed that one with a law degree would be educated enough to know what is and isn't appropriate to discuss. Just because I am younger than some does not mean I am any less capable of managing the people who work for me. Does it, men? Sir, no, sir. You definitely command their respect. That is no coincidence. One of the most frequently noted characteristics of great men who have remained great is loyalty to their subordinates. So says George S. Patton. That's so interesting. This is an important point. Perhaps another quote is called for. I don't think that's necessary. I'll grant you another. If soldiers are punished before they have grown attached to you, they will not prove submissive. And, unless submissive, then will be practically useless. So says Sun Tzu. Back to back. Yes, a second quotation was called for in this instance, if only to emphasize to you that no one stays useless to House Icaria for very long. One way or another. No, it's also from the Analects. Chocolate oranges are 100% a British thing. Pax, you're from Arkansas, you have to sway here. Somebody said that because it's in the Analects, I just read it. I like how this UI element doubles currently as looking like Morgan is irritated, which is true. So says Sun Tzu. This manner. I'll admit I was a little taken aback to step off an elevator and into your enclosure out there. The gardens? Yes, our groundskeepers work hard on them. Does the illusion of the sky come from a live recording or somewhere else? Or is it generated programmatically? That'd take quite the equation. It is impressive, yes. As for how it works, I don't have the technical minutiae in front of me at the moment. That's okay. Of course it is. A lion does not concern himself with the exterior decorations of the sheep. It's your exterior and your decorations. What does it matter anyway? Want the specifics so badly, I'll have one of the servants put you in contact with the contracting firm. That's all right. Something tells me the consultation alone would break my bank account. The black suits. I do appreciate the warm welcome, Makoto of House Ikaria, really. But legal consultations are usually more private than this. Are we certain we need the peanut gallery? Let it not be said that House Ikaria is not accommodating of its guests. We're more than capable of compensating for this nut allergy you allude to. That's so sweet of you. But do all these guards really need to be present for this conversation? If you're referring to the additional security, it can't be helped, circumstances being what they are. Circumstances? And if you're referring to my retainers in general, then I suggest you step back into the garden and take a deep breath. Clearly, the city's fumes do not agree with your constitution. You must be light-headed if you think that you're worthy to hold a one-on-one audience with the next head of this illustrious house. He's a prodigy to be this insufferable at such a young age. Thank you for indulging my curiosity so graciously, Makoto. Conquer the stingy through generosity. So says Buddha. Correct. Perhaps your education is not quite as deficient as I feared. The lion does not concern himself with modern literature. But I should make clear that in this case I was using the quote to subtly imply that you are stingy with your own graciousness. Got it, yep. Shall we move on? I believe you mentioned a homicide. Multiple homicides. Tell me more! I'm always saying this. My head of security was arrested by the police last night in the lower wards. They found him brutally beaten, drugged, and tortured. And instead of bringing him straight to a hospital, they arrested him for murder. He's been framed, and you must prove his innocence. Really good Morgan image. Morgan, you can't look surprised this happened to you twice. It's true. Oh my god, I keep forgetting to change that stream elements thing. Don't worry about it. Hold on, I'm gonna actually change that real quick. Look at this, Morgan. Stream elements. Yeah, I love this one. It fits pretty good. It has happened to her twice. I was surprised in episode 1 when the murder was not one of Morgan's murders that was framed on someone else. So it's like not that surprising ultimately. Dashboard. Become a Mahjong Soul emote. So true. So it doesn't necessarily surprise me that the second one is about, her. Update your details? No. Chatbot. Timers. I figured this would be more a tutorial case thing. I mean, it is. To turn off extra life, turn on spoilers. Chat commands. Custom commands. Turn those off. Great. Job done. Sorry. We're good now. Now we're back to our regular programming. Uninstall. Is there something wrong with your voice? Is it that peanut allergy you mentioned? No, I just lost my train of thought for a second there. I'm not used to my luck changing this fast. One of the richest families in the city wants to pay me to prove a man's innocent of a crime I framed him for? Then, might I ask why he was found in the lower wards? I get the impression that Ikaria territory is generally positioned more vertically. This whole city is our territory, but it's true that our presence is felt more strongly in some areas than others. I can't wait for Morgan to fabricate evidence to frame someone else. Hashtag girl boss, Akira. They captured him early yesterday. He was ambushed by cowards and dragged down to that stain of a neighborhood to be tortured senselessly. He was tortured, I can attest to that much. I don't believe in Morgan, you can't say that. But I don't believe in senseless violence. There's always a purpose, and it's usually staring you in the face. Wow, Morgan, I can't believe you would say this. What could this possibly mean? People just don't like making eye contact. Do you have any idea why he was taken, or by whom? It was the Blue Bloods. They made no effort to hide it. In a worthy opponent, I might call that commendable, but knowing them, they're just too stupid to value deniability. I'm sure. And I'm sure there's no love lost between your groups, but kidnapping and torturing is beyond the pale, I agree. And the police are even worse. I expected no help from those incompetent fools, but these charges they're making, they're utterly ridiculous. Of course they are, but don't worry. Hold on. Of course they are, but don't worry. I'm confident that I can think they want to pin 5 murders on him. She's such a funny bug. It's true. 5? Did you say 5? Yes, 5. It's absurd. I can only take credit for 4 bodies. Acting so high and mighty, so affronted, so eager to blame us for the death of one of their officers. Oh yeah, policemen dying in the lower wards. A dead cop? Now that's a twist that I'm pleased with. Now, see, this is the first murder is a tutorial case, because you know how it happened. This one, you know how it happened, but one more. He may have killed the cop. Is this what those mercs were advertising themselves with? What do you mean, one of their officers? Was there a UC, or...? No. They've made the ridiculous claim that he killed some uniform while resisting arrest. Which he may have done. As if a member of our house would fear prison. I should have never dared to think I got lucky here. These circumstances sound very complex, Makoto, and the police take the death of one of their own very seriously. I thought that he didn't shoot the sheriff. It's 80% solved, that's like a B. So true. Unfortunately, we need to go for perfect, yeah. What makes you so certain of this man's innocence? Because this man's name is Sosuke Ikaria. The Hound. I've known him all my life. All 3 or 4 years of it. There's no individual more honorable, more devoted, more trustworthy. And not once have I ever known him to be... violent? Impulsive. He didn't do this. I know he didn't do this. But proving that is your job. About that. I haven't actually accepted the job yet, Makoto. But you will. If for no other reason than because we shall pay you more than you customarily receive for a contract. Considerably more. Not everything's a question of money. Yes, your meaning is taken. It needn't be silver and gold. You'll have no complaints with your compensation. The favor of House Ikaria can go a long way in this city. As can a wrath. I don't appreciate being threatened. I don't find it funny, even coming from a kid. However, if the state thinks whoever killed those 4 blue bloods also killed the cop, I can't afford to sit this hand out. They'll go over every centimeter of that building. One wrong move, one hair out of place. If I lose here, I lose. Period. But if I win, throwing an Icaria-sized wallet in the pot beforehand is all upside. I understand, Makoto of House Icaria. I'll take Sosuke's case. You say that as if it were ever in doubt. A true prodigy. But he might be right. Maybe it never was. I chose to put that gun into this Sosuke's hands when I could have just plunged that knife into his temple. Maybe the line drawn from that moment to the razor edge I'm walking right now is perfectly straight. A line drawn from one point to another is always perfectly straight. A better metaphor would be a bullet's trajectory. For all the talk of wind resistance and breathing patterns and the Coriolis effect and chaos theory, you can't exactly act surprised when your shot lands right where the crosshairs were pointing. Morgan's my last name, by the way, before you start writing any checks. You should have enunciated! Cute. A cutie. A confirmed cutie. 4:41 p.m., August 14th, 2086. In transit. Hey there, boss. Of course I'm fine. What do you think was gonna happen? Yeah, well, good news. I've got quite the paycheck coming my way. And maybe bad news for you if you get a large crowd tonight. Yeah, tell Sarah to meet me at the police station address I'm about to send. Held a message for reasons, smart detection. Tiny garbage boy is allowed, Automod. Morgan Criminal Doofens. Gotta be one of my favorite guys. I've got work for her to do. There will be quite the paycheck indeed waiting for me, assuming I can win. Can I afford to accept it? Ugh. Hey. Were any of those jokes around the office about your clients being connected to organized crime true? What? Is this some kind of honeypot? Trying to get a grasp on something. Now I know you're baiting me. World's easiest, that's what she said, layup. I'll still basket that shit though, I don't give a fuck. Why do you make everything so hard? Come on. It's May's least favorite part of the game, texting. May hates this. This is the best part of the entire video game. Like, come on, Freckles. Low-hanging fruit. I have no idea what you're talking about. Obviously. Why you asking me about mafia shit, though? I'm working a case for the Icaria, whom I assume you've heard of. Definitely. Under circumstances that are probably vulgar. Absolutely. Which you'd be happy to brag about to me. Anytime. But I'm not well positioned to turn down the job outright. Okay, I gotta go watch Stranger Things. Bye, Pax. So I'd like to know whether they'll be resistant about parting ways afterwards. Why? Do you not like getting paid loads of money? I don't like being chained. Fair enough. So you're, like, just asking for my advice? The aura loss is incredible. Not going to attempt to parse that. I doubt you ever could. My generation's sense of humor is practically impregnable. It was a very basic non sequitur, Auntie. It just wasn't funny. Not even... A non sequitur would be... What's the charge? That's just getting back on topic. The charge is homicide. 5 counts. Girl's 70 years old? Probably, yeah. Meh. You're probably fine. All the stuff you hear about mobsters being clingy with their lawyers, it's because they don't want anyone who's been back their underwear drawers running around. Telling tales. Whatever poor fucker they pinned multiple homicides on. Obviously not anyone important. I don't think he was framed. Not by his own people. Not pinned as in stuck with. Like a chore. Powerful people. Mob or no. If they get lawyers, it's for tax evasion and conspiracy charges. Dirty work's left to the pawns. And the whole point of a pawn is... don't have to think twice about trading them off. Alright. Guess I know the rumors are true then. Yep, you uncovered my cool fucking secret. Listen. Actors. Singers. Celebs. They all like expensive things and being the center of attention. Mobsters have money to burn and want the cologne of legitimacy. Everyone wants what they can't have. Okay, chill, F. Scott Fitzgerald. Great looking Gatsby ass. I still pine for thee, motherfucker. What? All I'm saying is there's mutually beneficial arrangements to be made. Between the rich and famous, and the rich and infamous. So you bet your ass I was in those rooms. Negotiating appearance fees. Taking my 30%. 30%? You really are shameless. That's what she said. Alright. Thanks as always for the sage counsel. Hey, if you're really feeling grateful, do me a solid, call your rents. They say they never hear from you. And I know you can't be that busy. If you're bored enough to talk to me, they're the ones who are busy. Masters! Yeah! Date of birth, July 7th. Height, 166 centimeters. Weight, depends on the time of day. Question mark? Blood type, AB-. Occupation, lawyer to the rich and famous. Semi-retired. Likes waterfalls, manicures, macadamia nuts. Dislikes getting ghosted by my adorable goddaughter. Goddaughter? Drink, cosmopolitan, double. Collects, favors, friends in high places. Luck, SSR on the first pull. Always fun to hear about Morgan's parents, who she has a normal relationship with, as she always says to all the people she kills. Yeah? Okay, we moving on? Just not gonna talk about that shit at all? Okay, fair enough. What do you mean they're busy? Got hugged an adequate amount, motherfucker. 5:04 p.m., August 14th, 2086. It's my favorite guy. Obviously, I wasn't sure what would happen after I left that crime scene. And I wasn't sure what I'd find walking in here to speak to my client. I mean, she has a perfectly average relationship with her parents. Probably a normal relationship, TBH. I believe her. Kind of. To think it's probably her problem. To some extent. But I definitely wouldn't have bet that the next time I saw this man alive, he'd actually look worse. Did you not hear me? I said, I'm your lawyer. Oh, I heard you. I'm just not interested in wasting my breath responding. I'm sorry. Is there a misunderstanding here? Not at all. I understand exactly what you are. You and all your fellow... Your companion is staring at me very intently. Sarah, blink. You're embarrassing me in front of the Yakuza. That's a very dated word. You'd really prefer I call you an orca? I'd prefer you give up and leave. What are you talking? I'm sure they told you I'd been softened up. That they'd broken me, and I'd be ready to sign whatever you put in front of me. Sorry to disappoint you. But the hound of Icaria doesn't heal. Cool. You're embarrassing me in front of the Yakuza is a great line, because it makes me think about you're embarrassing me in front of Buster Posey. Sosuke, I'm gonna repeat myself plainly. And slowly, because you clearly have multiple head injuries. I am not a lawyer. I am your lawyer. Right then. Very good. Thank you for coming. I apologize if I... Oh, hey, he's got a snatched as fuck waist. Hello. Hey. I apologize if I misspoke, just now. I'd misspeak too if I'd lost as much blood as you. Morgan, Esquire. I'll be representing you from here on out. Sosuke, of House Icaria. Sarah, paralegal and bartender. You're very young to have 2 jobs? Or 10 bar? Well, it is only part-time. He's a babe. He is a babe. I'm glad someone already obliterated this thing. Saves us the trouble. Hey, man. Did it hurt when you fell from the upper wards? That's pretty good. Why is he cut such... I mean, I know why he's got such luscious lips and a snatched waist. It's because the artist loves men and women. Right. So tell us, Sosuke of House Icaria. What's your routine? You look very fit. My... What? You asking about... Do you not have me on file? Sorry, which firm are you from? DDD? MPM? I'm in private practice. You mean you're not... a mob lawyer? No, but please don't hold it against me. Everyone has to start the path to corruption somewhere. DDR? This is where all the reductive feedback went. There are serious risks involved in representing a man with my background against charges like these. It's very sweet of you to... They say I killed a cop, miss. I realize I may look, sorry state at the moment, but I've not fallen so low that I'd sully the house's name by dragging a civilian into... Makoto thought differently. The young master? You've seen him? How is he? Where is he? Is he unharmed? He was sitting pretty atop a literal throne, surrounded by armed guards last time I checked. Thank you for that. No one's told me anything, and if the young master has spoken on this matter, I won't go against his judgment. But I do hope you understand what you're getting into. I'm already in it, Sosuke. How well I understand what I'm in is something I think you'd be able to help with. Very well. What do you want to know? Sosuke! So far, all I know about you is your first and last name. It's a very important last name. But I take your meaning. And in truth, the first thing you should know is that I'm not worthy of it. Why? You disqualified due to pre-existing conditions. I was born Sosuke Hayakawa, fourth son of a distant branch family. The only reason I bear the name of Ikaria is that because I was adopted in the main house as an infant, in exchange for lifelong service to the main family. He's such a stupid puppy. I think Morgan should only defend people who are plot relevant and stupid little puppies. Like Carlos Flat and this guy. Take a sip. Such a stupid puppy. And yet, so built. Sounds like a great deal. Lifelong? How did you serve the Ikaria as an infant? There are various tax benefits if you have exactly 2 children. Don't be absurd. I am what you would call a bodyguard. Branch family, Kakegurui motherfucker. True. From the time I was able to walk, I was trained to be of service to the house by protecting the air with my life. From the time you were able to walk, is there a lot of demand for toddler bodyguards? All that's ever been asked of me is that I stand in the right place at the right time. You mean like in family photographs? Like in front of a blade. Even a child can manage that. The house has given me everything I ever had, taught me everything I've ever known. What meager soft service I can offer in return means nothing compared to the debt I owe them. You view your... Hey! Why would you cut some Morgan right here? You view your relationship with your family as a transaction? What's up with you, girl? It is not something so cold, girl. It's a matter of loyalty. What's up? Morgan, what's up? Right. Okay, we can move the music back in. That's cool. It's not something so cold, hashtag girl. Surely this will give us more Dayu content than Kanto 8. I think Sosuke is a perfect Dayu. So, if you were standing before a judge and they asked your name and occupation, you would say, "My name is Sosuke Ikaria, and I'm an eternal servant for a living." I would say my name is Sosuke Ikaria, and I work as a head of personnel security for the Ikaria Financial Group. He is Dayu. Sosuke Ikaria, oh my god, his birthday is so close to mine. Date of birth, August 23rd. Height, 192 centimeters. Weight, 97 kilograms. Blood type AB-. Just like one of my favorite people, Victoria Masters. Occupation, head of personnel security, Ikaria Group. Likes whetstones, paperbacks, matcha! Dislikes, the opera. Wasabi, let's go. Insects, not so much. Favorite author? Alexander Dumas. Good choice. Coffee? Cafe Americano. Sure. Default status? Non-work related messages will be blocked. Fair enough. I forgot his favorite author is Dumas. Yeah, I know. Dumas, whatever. He's such a perfect little baby. He's such a stupid little puppy. And what does that entail exactly? I'm the young master's bodyguard, and I lead all the security teams. Nice to properly meet you. Pleasure to make your acquaintance. And I'm Sarah. paralegal, and bartender, part-time. And I'm Yuffie. Yes, I believe you already mentioned that. It seemed like we were all doing it twice. Well, thank you for your paralegal services, Sarah. New Sprite. Cute. Confirmed cute. Confirmed cutie. Confirmed cutie at Sprite. Sorry. And here I had the impression you had no sense of humor. What do you mean? It seems in this particular Adonai, it was you who misidentified his proper manners as being Glad we've all broken the ice. Clearly we need to set into the Chateau d'If. Taken captive. Makoto told me this all started because you were taken captive yesterday. What happened? It was 2 p.m. The young master had just finished a meeting with a VIP in Crane Tower, floor 108. 2 p.m. He wasn't in school. I'll ask that you refrain from mocking the young master in my presence. He is a child. Anyone can see that. But you've no idea the pressures that have been placed on him. Whatever my client wants. As I was saying, it was just after 2 p.m. I'm really enjoying that this particular chapter is about family. Me and the rest of my team escorted him to the elevators along our planned exit route. But our lift stopped suddenly in between floors 61 and 62. That was when I made a mistake. I had a bad feeling. Thought it best to get Makoto to the ground floor ASAP. So I forced the elevator open, crawled out, and pulled him out after me. But just as he got out, the elevator started up again, separating us from the rest of the guard. It was a trap. A 50-50 one. Staying wasn't safe either. If they could drop the elevator, it's not a stretch to think they could drop it too. Stop, drop, and roll. He just lost the coin flip when he decided to exit. Yes, Sarah, it was a trap. Floors 60 through 70 were undergoing heavy retrofitting. The other elevators weren't responding. Bleh, I need water. Weren't responding. Comms were jammed. I'd reviewed the entire building's blueprints beforehand. Not very useful information, obviously, for a floor undergoing renovations. But I knew that there was a construction elevator we could get to on the other side of the tower. I had to act fast. There was no time to doubt myself, and I did something unforgivable. You left the kid? I picked him up over my shoulder. Oh. Well, that sounds like fun. House forgive me. Everything the young master does is for the sake of his name's dignity, and kids are tougher than you think. I think he'll get over it. So you escorted him to the service elevator. I take it that's when things... Yes, I'm sorry. But I only remember a few vague details about what happened next. But I'll tell you what little I can. After I activated the lift, 2 assailants emerged from under a tarp doorway at my 7 o'clock. One tall, one thin. Tall was around 190 centimeters, and his weight, I'd say 100 kilograms with the mods. Let's see how accurate you are. Tanks. 191, 101. Hey, pretty close. Thin was maybe 105 centimeters, but slouched. Moderate as well, but what I saw looked stripped down, so he could have been heavier than 70 kilo. Again. 177, 69. Not bad. Not bad, Sosuke. They have needle guns. Slow to fire, slow to take effect. Memorable choice. Taller one shot first. Tripped his arm when he pulled the trigger. bad habit usually favored by street slinger punks who are used to compensating for the kickback of jailbroken zippers. He might as well have been aiming at the ceiling. Finn lines up his shot properly, laser sight dialed in on the young master's left trapezoid. I shift into a horse rider stance and deflect the needle with my weapon. The lift doors open behind me, just another shooter steps forward to my 3 o'clock. Or so I thought, but all they had was a laser pointer. Literally a cheap trick. But it worked. I hear a click from 8 o'clock, turn my neck, feel a weight punch into my deltoid. A dullish kind of pain. For an instant. I realize I'm already going numb. And that's when I squeeze. Squeeze? He's talking about his mods. That's how I've always described it. Others say they flex, or pull, or hold. I squeeze. A key to Type 2 external thoracic booster. Some burst strength and pain-killing capabilities, but in short, it's a reflex enhancer. Make 1 second feel like 15, in hindsight. Makes it feel like you ran a marathon during those 15 seconds, once the kickback gets you. But I digress. I moved. Got Makoto into the elevator and wrenched the door shut myself. Taking 3 more needles to the back in the process. I remember saliva pooling on my lip and then cold concrete scratching my cheek. Alright, Sosuke. So, you were guarding Makoto. These men laid a trap, targeted him with tranks, failed. Then they take you instead? Yes, to my great shame. You were outnumbered and ambushed, but you still managed to protect Makoto. What's there to be ashamed of? That I didn't see it coming. You're saying this has happened before? Dozens of attempts in the past year. Some headed off in the early stages, some sidestepped entirely, and some stopped with force. I knew their tactics, and I knew our vulnerabilities. Yet still, I failed. Sosuke, that is not incorrect. Adonai. Am I wrong? Shouldn't a bodyguard get at least 1 shot off before being taken down? Shot? What do you mean, shot? You were not carrying a firearm? No. No one on the team had guns. How's that? None of us on the security team had firearms with us. But you're a gangster. I'm a head of personnel security for the Ikaria Financial Group. Walking onto an allied group's property armed to the teeth insults their hospitality and makes the house look insecure, or worse, impotent. And I'm not a security expert, but I do think there's some gray area between armed to the teeth and empty-handed. I mean, didn't you just say you deflected their attack? I was not defenseless just because I wasn't carrying a gun. Oh? I had my sword. So lame! So cool. You walk around town with, what, a samurai sword? You just assume that it's a katana? Is it? Yes. It is a signifier of my position within the house and shows that I'm acting as a representative of it. Is it ceremonial, then? No. It is quite sharp. I can attest to that. Though it's probably in terrible condition by now, seeing how the city's police manhandle everything else they touch. Speaking of which... Orientalism, Sarah! Hold on, I'm gonna grab some water. Enjoy this beautiful tableau for a bit. We love to see her. Hi, Sarah. Smiley face. Okay. Speaking of which... Oh. Get the mic real close. Perhaps we should move on to the night's main events. They tried for Makoto, got you instead, and took you to the lower wards. Why? I've been wondering that myself. Aren't you essentially worthless? As a hostage, she means. I know that. Thinking back, I was surprised myself to wake up at all, let alone in captivity. But it seems they had questions they wanted to ask me. What do you remember? Whatever they used on me, I can remember some things, but how much of it was real, what order it happened in, it's all. Just say whatever comes to mind. It can be anything. Sights, smells, voices. There are no wrong answers. I was bound. My wrists bound above my head. Tied to something that smelled like iron and rattled like old iron. Tiles beneath my feet. Some kind of bathroom or decontamination area. Good guess. They asked me questions. I said things. Loose lips, like being drunk for the first time again. But I'm confident that other than vulgarities, it was all incoherent. Because there were shocks. The taste of blood. I must have bit my tongue during the spasms. And there were beatings, of course. I wouldn't have guessed. At night, do you need corrective lenses? Sarcasm is just how I grieve a lost opportunity, Sarah. Lost opportunity? Yeah, it's a damn shame. From what I can see of it, a pretty face like yours would go a long way with the jury if it wasn't pulverized. Morgan, I didn't think you could appreciate men. Ridiculous. Is he blushing? I agree about his face, Adonai, but I do not believe it's his only strong feat. Let us move on. Really? Well, in that case, how did your captivity end? Do you recall escaping? Morgan's bisexual? I didn't know that. I don't know. I don't know, man. Is she? I think she just has an appreciation for the finer things. Like weird little guys. I was blindfolded the entire time, but my ears weren't boxed so bad. Morgan. Oh, by the way, I'm bisexual. Oh, she's bisexual. I didn't know that. There was a door that squeaked and whined, so I always knew when someone was coming or going. I think Morgan just understands the concept of pretty men. She's a lawyer, it's her job. Yeah, for professional reasons. One voice asked questions mostly. It was light. Another voice grunted when he hit me. Heavy. Other voices came and went, and then, eventually, there was talk. Through the door, I heard they were all talking to someone else. A new voice? Was it high-pitched or low? Loud or soft? How good is this streamer's Morgan voice? It doesn't matter. What's important is that it belonged to someone new. Someone besides you and the dead who was there last night. Did you make out any part of their conversation? No, not a word. But there was a loud noise, gunshots, followed by shouting and ugly sounds. And then? A hollow pain in my skull as I lost consciousness again. When I next came to, I had something in my hand. In my hands. Something sharp. I didn't even think to ask what it was or where it came from. I just started working at the bindings. Rushed and clumsy, poked myself in the process. But I cut them loose, then took the gag out. The blindfold was so tight I cut it rather than try to, damn thing must have been acting as a bandage, because when I took it off, to lighten the pain, I thought my head had split open. It took me a long time to stand up. It felt like I could lie on that cold, disgusting floor forever if I just... But something was poking me. Something tucked into my waistband. The gun. A gun. Imagine my surprise. Checked the safety of the chamber reflexively, but only saw 2 spent slugs. I was too tired to be confused, so I just walked out of that squeaky door and into red. Just red. And then I was blinking at an IV. Handcuffed to a stretcher in an ambulance, some cop reading my rights. Saying that I killed 5 people. No, wait. Some judge or official said that later. When I woke up in the ambulance, all they said was that I was a cop killer. Omitting some strong language. I don't understand. You were held captive, interrogated, tortured. Then you woke up armed and were able to escape? The cops didn't ask me any questions, and I wouldn't have answered if they had. It's been nearly a full day, and I'm just now saying it aloud for the first time. It truly sounds absurd. This is your world, Sosuke, not mine. Do you have any theories on what happened? Only 2 possibilities come to mind. In the first scenario, one or more of my captors wanted to kill me, but needed an excuse to do so. So they let me escape. They give me a knife and an unloaded gun, then wait for me to stumble out so they can miss me and be done with it. But the plan doesn't work. Somehow, I limp out of that room and shoot, cut, stab, kill them all. That would be quite the feat, given the condition you say you were in. Yeah, a tale for the ages. But it's not possible. Why isn't it possible? Even if he had the motive, and they were stupid enough to give him the opportunity, he was still lacking... bullets, right? This was in the log. Gun. Only saw 2 spent slugs. Yeah, so no bullets. I was confused when he said an unloaded gun, because I was like, weren't there 2 bullets in the chamber? But he means that 2 were used, and there weren't any left. In the brief I read, 2 of the pod were shot to death. I'm sure you're highly qualified, Sosuke, but I doubt you can fire a gun without bullets. No, I cannot. As I said, the gun I woke up with had already fired both its shots. He was still lacking the heartbreak killer. So, if we tell the police that the gun wasn't loaded, would that clear Sosuke's name for 2 of the murders? I like the criminals are whales. Me too. There's no proof the gun was already empty by the time he got his hands on it. She's right. That gun was some kind of jailbroken mag reel. The only residue it'd leave behind is static. As long as my prints are on it, it's all the evidence they need to claim I fired it. How about that second possibility, then? The second possibility is that someone walked into that building, killed my captors, and then tried to frame me for it. That sounds like lunacy. We've already eliminated the other possibility. Insane trumps impossible. Like it or not, this bad Samaritan theory is our best shot. What is it? I'm just surprised you believe me. You haven't even asked if I did it. I never ask. It helps that I can usually tell. A wise policy for the world you're setting foot into. Not as if it makes any difference here. Even I don't know if I'm guilty. You were drugged and beaten. You're still injured. even now. And we just reasoned that you couldn't have killed your captors without help. What makes you think you might still be guilty? Because I've killed before. A pale spark flickers at the back of my mind. My index finger raises slightly. My lips part. Was I expecting this? Stepping into the criminal underworld? Looking forward to it? The rare opportunity to speak frankly with someone else who's... You mean... Yes. I was in the military. Okay. I've taken lives. Many times. That doesn't make you a murderer. Soldiers are given orders. I've killed people. Whether or not a superior asked me to doesn't change that fact. But soldiers... Are you a soldier, Sarah? No. So drop it. She is good at following orders. It can take years to acquire that skill. I imagine it comes easy for androids. Yes, I suppose that's... Wait, that's an android? Did you miss the glowing barcode? And ignore my self-introduction? Look, I'm tired. I thought those were highlights or something. Did my hair catch your eye? You have discerning taste. You see, each strand is actually... Was there something you wanted to say, Sosuke? I've taken lives before. So I know how I feel afterwards. Thin. And how do you feel right now? Right now, I feel... What is it? You remember something? Yes. After I stepped out that door, I said I saw red. But I do remember one other sensation. I remember the feeling of gripping my sword. That brief you read, it listed all the charges, all the causes of death. The fifth man, the cop they say I killed. How did he die? He may be stupid, but he is honorable and sexy. Okay, where's my Reyes voice? It's been too long. Stabbed through the back with a sword, skewered like a piece of goddamn meat. And you've got the balls to ask us to carry him to a hospital? I don't think that's quite how I phrased the request. I've been paying close attention. Would you like me to play back what you said? Not right now, Sparky. Reyes, she's just doing her job. It's not like she's asking... Oh, save the lecture, gray hair. Qasim, London! Date of birth, May 5th. Height, 186 centimeters. Weight, 78 kilograms. Blood type, B+. Pretty good. Not perfect. Occupation, homicide detective first class. Likes duct tape. Mascara, oak. Discerning taste. Dislikes, parking lots, ties, honeydew. Also good taste. The best at finding new restaurants. Commendations, none displayed at his workstation. Wardrobe, more expensive than it looks. Why is he dressed like that then? Gray? Hold on, I'm changing my phone. Let me get my Reyes in here. One of them, anyway. What do we think? Do we want Angie Reyes, or do we want undercover Reyes? I think this isn't a stupid cops moment yet, so let's hang out with Angie Reyes. Sexy Reyes? Sexy Reyes? Honeydew is so good. What are you on? I don't have enough good options for this. Let's go back to Morgy Red. I need to add more phone colors. Gray? Come on, my hair isn't. Can I exploit Reyes? It's important. I'll do it when she's acting dumb. It's graying, maybe. Kate haven't made it clear. I've never liked you, Morgan. I'm not sure that's true. Oh, you're breaking my... I hadn't noticed. Okay, real smooth, girl. I could eat a good half a honeydew in one sitting if I was allowed. Sure. But I never took you for a mob lawyer. Whatever my client's associations might be, he's a cop killer! Innocent until proven guilty isn't a phrase I coined myself, detective. Farah Reyes! Date of birth, October 19th. Height, 162 centimeters. Weight, 63 kilograms. Blood type, A-. Occupation, homicide detective, 3rd class. Likes, sneakers, volcanoes, the Paralympics. Dislikes, scalpers, hoarders, anise. Favorite TV? Civil engineering documentaries. Shampoo? I don't know. Conditioner's more important. Undefeated at volleyball. It's actually somewhat important. Don't worry about that. The proving won't take us long at all. Do you always take pride in rushing your investigations? We've all seen the same intake file by now, yes? Medical records. Oh, look at him. I like that everyone's likes and dislikes have a flavor in this one. Just a nice silly detail. True. Sosuke Ikaria was apprehended at the scene of the crime and placed in a medical transport. Injuries noted at the time. Blood from various sources across the anterior front of the body. Numerous bones in left hand broken as if from impacting a hard surface. Slight laceration found on left hand. Internal bleeding throughout the torso and skull. Bruising and rope burns on both wrists as if bound. Numerous bruises on the anterior, front, side of the body. Others blood across the tops of feet and pant legs. The largest wound found on the crown of the skull, back of the head, near the top. At time of booking, numerous additional injuries were noted, including bruise to left eye, busted lip, broken nose, boxed left ear, blunt trauma to anterior, front, right side of head. When or where these additional injuries were sustained is not noted. Yes. I wonder where these could come from. Yeah, okay, so these are the injuries that he got from being wounded by, the Blue Bloods. These are the injuries he got from being wounded by the cops. I got it. I understand everything. You don't even need to talk to me. That's... anise? Listen, I pronounce it star anise. That's... Thanks, cops. I know what star anise is. I just pronounce it star anise. I guess it is anise. My client was in bad shape when he was arrested, but his wounds were treated in the medical transport. Somehow, in between arriving at the station and his booking, all his wounds were reopened, and some of them had multiplied. Tell me if you can, great detective. How will we ever solve the mystery of the reappearing fractured skull? The client was being moved between floors. He struggled, trying to escape. And then he fell down the stairs. Really? Was there a lawnmower waiting at the bottom? Look, we're all adults here. Huh? So let's just say it. Your coworkers kicked the shit out of him. What do you want me to do about it? I want you to uphold the law. For some reason, I thought you cared about that. A police badge isn't a time machine. By the time we took custody, he was already... A niece is what I'll call my sister's daughter. That's funny. She's right, Tiger. What's done is done. You know you got a snowball's chance in hell of proving your client was assaulted while in police custody. And you'll never get charges brought against the officers who did it. So try asking for something doable. Don't go giving away all my best tricks. The door in the face tactic is already fragile. I want him to see a doctor. God, he's shitting me. It's a bloody KW in there with military-grade mods. He's not leaving this building. But we could have a doctor brought here. Give him the chance to take a hostage. He's not the 99 man, Reyes. You can't break his cuffs. Don't say 99 man. You don't know what it means. You're too old. I know what this means because I read the world building blog recently. 99 man. Noun. A hypothetical transhumanist condition of biotechnical superiority. The 99 man, or a 99 man, refers to a theoretical state of being in which a human has replaced as much of their body with cybernetic equivalents as possible, thereby becoming someone who is 99% machine, and yet technically still a human. The term first appeared in the speculative fiction short story Carved Out of Marble by M.P. Smith, but it rose to prominence after the 2072 Paralympics, when middleweight track and field gold medalist Ayid Safran quoted the story as inspiration after breaking the world record at the time for the 800 meters. Since then, the phrase has been popularized as both a meme and a thought experiment, opening up discussions about transhumanism in sports, the business world, education, and beyond. Some social media influencers, athletes, or tech evangelists have taken the 99 man as a challenge, modding themselves with as much as possible with the explicit goal of approaching what they see as the current limit for transhumanism. Oh, this is a cyberpunk reference, sort of obviously. Yeah. Officially, the individual who has had the greatest percentage of their body mass replaced with artificial analogs is an anonymous male adult living in the Eastern Hemisphere who was suffering from a rare and terminal form of bone cancer before signing up for an experimental surgery offered through How Industries' Theseus initiative. Real cool name. How officially describes the patient as currently living a normal and productive life, though Theseus has never produced any consumer market products and has not published any additional research papers in the last 2 years, leading some to question whether the results are at all replicable. How about a medic who can't be taken hostage? Medical lab? Sure, great. Let's see if we can't negotiate his premium lower while we're at it. Is that a refusal, Detective Reyes? Oh, didn't say no, did I? Great. He also needs a protective detail. Lady, I swear to... Counselor. Protective details are comprised of off-duty cops. I don't think that'll have the outcome you're looking for. No. But if my client is left unattended one more night, he's likely to be declared unfit to stand trial. When he shows up to court with his head caved in. An outcome I genuinely believe you're not looking for either. We could keep him here. What, in the interrogation room? Counseling quarter. Table can't be moved, but if you slide the chairs out of the way, the floor's not actually that hard. How do you even know that? Considering, given what other lodgings he's had in the last 24 hours, I don't think your client will mind. So if Detective Reyes and Detective London take shifts keeping watch... Now we're keeping watch? It is the homicide... Homicide? It is the homicide department's counseling quarter. Think I'd give a shit what happens to that son of a bitch? Think I wouldn't walk in there myself and... You wouldn't. What? It's not in your nature. The hell is that supposed to mean? You either have it, or you don't. Take a sip real quick. We'll be getting into Morgan's little, you know. I'm really enjoying how, using the mic monitoring, I can now hear myself taking sips of water. Really cool, guys. Trust me, if I had the chance to take a swing of that son of a bitch. Yeah, you already called him that. A piece of shit, a bastard, a killer. But unlike every other cop I walk past to get in here, you've yet to call Sosuke an animal. So what? The hell does that matter? It's the only thing that matters. I got the outsider's perspective, so I know. Your average human can do anything to anyone. So long as they're not a person. Whatever. Think what you want, creep. Well, so long as that's your only request, we should be able to... I need to get into the crime scene as soon as possible. You gotta be... Oh, what, like tonight? She's not rushing more than anyone else, Sunshine. Everyone up in line is raring to go on this. Now that Sosuke has actually got a lawyer. Homicide is what I call it when I kill you. Hey, Automod, this is a joke. Understandable. Oh, maybe if that son of a bitch hadn't clammed up all day, we wouldn't... She said it again. Oh, whatever. Pick then, counselor. You can bully us into guard duty or escort duty, but we can't do both. I need both. You'll have to split up. But I can help with that. Or rather, Sarah can. I can? Of course you can. You can go treat Sosuke. And I'm not trained in... Oh, I love this bit. She's pretending she doesn't remember being registered as my medical ad. Yes, I would never forget that unforgettable experience. But I never done first aid before. Well, watch a tutorial first. Use lots of sanitizer. Just hand her some bandages and she'll get Sosuke looking good as new in no time. Then you can plop her in front of the door and even 20 crooked cops working together couldn't get her to budge. That much is certainly accurate. I have a strong core, so if I focus and lower my center of gravity... Thanks for the sales pitch. It doesn't mean shit. Lower back pain. God. Lower back pain. My lower back pain. The crime scene's in the lower wards. If you think, after what happened last night, that any cop with a pulse would go down there without their partner, it's okay, Sunshine. I'll take her down there. Is everyone else in here huffing Nirvana? London, it's in blue blood territory. Blue blood territory outskirts, really. It lost a whole pod. Be swarming the place. You can't go down there without backup. Backup, huh? You know Mac from Contraband? Skinny guy? Kind of a perv? Yeah, he's skinny. Look, he's got crime scene analysis keeps going over that place with a fine comb right about now. Drones, probes, the works. They'll have eyes on us before we get within 5 minutes of the place. Whatever. Just keep in contact for once. I hope you're being generously compensated, Eve. Selling your soul to the mob. Be a shame if you didn't at least get a good price. Hey, coming, Blinkers? Gotta find where they store all the medkits in this dusty old piece of... Go on. I'll be right behind you, Detective. Sorry about that. She's still new to all this, really. Not old like me. She does seem to be on edge. More so than usual. It's her first time losing a fellow officer. I think she's taking it pretty hard. Blinkers for the one that doesn't blink. It's pretty good. And maybe even personally? Do they know each other? Oh, right. You gather up all your things, I'll go bring us up a ride. Great. Thanks for all the help, Detective. You're a lifesaver. Though this is one occasion where I wouldn't have any trouble finding the place. Take a big sip. Reyes and Sarah hanging out, chilling, having a good time. Ahem. Really didn't take you that long to patch him up, huh? Now we just wait here. All night. That clock runs pretty slow. If you're not doing anything else, Detective, might you be interested in answering some questions? Okay. Yay! Can they be bunnies together? I think so. 5:48 p.m., August 14th, 2086. Once more into the depths. When I went down to the lower wards last night, I knew what I wanted to find, but I wasn't sure where to look. Now I know where to look, but I have multiple priorities to consider. It'd be nice if I can prove Sosuke's innocence. It won't be easy, given that they think he killed the cop. But it'd keep me on the Ikaria's good side. That'd be nice. But what is essential is that I figure out what the hell happened after I left, and whether anyone found any trace that I was ever there. Everything else is second. Sorry, guess I should have asked before I decided we'd be sharing a cab. I don't mind. But I am surprised. Did budget cuts take away your shiny patrol car? Patrol cars are shared, counselor. Any cop can step into any other cop's car, sync their credentials, and drive. Convenient! Shame you can't personalize. Yeah, no more dice in the mirror. Is that why we're in a cab, then? Personal taste? Police cars are full of bugs. I thought you might appreciate the privacy. Auto cabs are full of bugs, too. True, but there are ways around them. Are there? I didn't know that. Yeah, plenty. It can be easy as flashing a police badge. Something you wanted to discuss in private, Detective? Hey. What's up, London? Does it make the taste dynamically more difficult if you do a bad cleanup job? Who's to say? I was asked to get in contact with you and pass along a message. A secret admirer? Certain interested parties and all that. You know how it is. I'm not sure I do. Does this have something to do with my client's business affiliations? There would be a lot more blustering if I were to repeat it verbatim, so I'll paraphrase. Focus on getting the best outcome for your client. More of a reminder of what my job description is than a warning. And don't broaden the scope of your investigation any more than strictly necessary. Well, I always appreciate kind words of advice. But Detective London, that almost makes it sound like you're on the take. That's the city, Tiger. If you don't take a little, they'll bury you. Alive, if need be. Oh, they will? How conspiratorial. It's not a joke, Morgan. Do they threaten your wife with Tommy guns if you don't comply? It's gotten more sophisticated than that. Well, maybe sophisticated isn't the right word. Complicated might be more accurate. Or you could just call it a quagmire. Or even a shitstorm. If you can't get along to go along, even other cops won't trust you. You'll end up shot in the back. Friendly fire. Tragic newspaper clipping. You're exaggerating. You're telling me the entire police force is corrupt? Corruption would be one thing. You could, in theory, root it out. But above and below the canopy, it's all intertwined. Every tree stabilizing every other tree. What do they call that? Not parasitism. Commensalism. There you go. Hi, is this where they keep the Yuri? Yes, loading it is. In Of the Devil, Episode 2. The state pays criminal informants to rat on their peers and lets them keep their positions in exchange. Worked is by judges and politicians to keep their men out of prison. Status quo. Balancing act. A cycle. Stable as any gyroscope. Forgive me if I find that hard to believe. Crime is at an all-time low. It's not a contradiction. People hate crime. But what gets people killed is chaos. And the opposite of organized crime is... So everyone's playing nice with each other? Even Detective Reyes? She's... What about the man they think my client killed? Did he play nice? We need to kill chaos. he was a special case. You got the brief? You recognize his last name? I do. It's a big city. I don't put too much stock into last names. You'll need to break that habit if you continue to work in the underworld. Sosuke said something similar. Tariq Chopin. Only son of Miguel and Dominic Chopin. There he is! Tariq Chopin. Date of birth, August 9th. Height, 176 centimeters. Weight, 72 kilograms. Blood type, A+. Occupation, patrol officer. Likes 24/7 news, calligraphy, late dinners. Dislikes gray hairs, untucked shirts, mint. Education, Bachelor of Science in Applied Philosophy. What the fuck is Applied Philosophy? Full marks. Awarded Senatorial Commendation of Bravery, posthumous. Survived by fathers Miguel and Dominic Chopin, city councilman. I recognize this guy from the trailers. The power couple? Why would the son of two of our city's most prominent council members be working as a police officer? You want the full story? You could argue that everything is applied philosophy. I often do. Always. Chopin. So who was this Chopin, really? An idealist. Wrong line of work, then. You're only half right. When he entered the academy, everyone assumed it was a political move, first step in his career, to become a senator or whatever. Diversity win! The cop that got killed had gay parents! Maybe it was, but anyone who met the guy could tell you would have been a lousy politician. You're saying he was honest? Wouldn't tell a lie if his life depended on it. Guy couldn't do small talk, much less make friends. Talking about cleaning up the city, cleaning up the police, cleaning up everything. If he was so unpopular, why was he kept on? No one on the force wanted to risk insulting his parents by firing him. Just got passed around from department to department, detail to detail. He did a lot of community outreach. Community outreach? What, like bake sales? Like giving talks at schools about saying no to drugs until you turn 21? I really like this line. Say no to drugs until you turn 21 is a real turn phrase. Woof. Must have really loved his job to put up with that. Or he just wanted to prove a point that bad. Lower wards. Don't you try to save lower wards patrols for the more seasoned, better armed officers? We do, yeah. How'd you know that? By going to the lower wards and looking at the cops you send there, of course. I read about it in Watch magazine last month. Oh. Take a sip. If Chopin was the son of such powerful men, why'd he end up in the lower wards last night? That... I don't know. You don't know? By all accounts, he and his partner should have been at least 2 patrols removed from that area. He must have been following up on some other lead. His partner, who's that? The hero who finally arrested the Hound of Icaria, that's who. I'll have to send him a congratulatory fruit basket. Huey Rogers. Pretty bare-bones record, but maybe that'll just add to his legend. What legend? Taking your client alive. Whacked him on the head with a sidearm, knocked him out cold. Guess it is a small miracle that Sosuke wasn't just shot dead if they thought he killed the cop. Maybe. But it wasn't pure luck. Only thing that did stick out to me in Roger's record was his shooting score. 41. Out of 100. You need 40 to pass. I think someone took pity on him when tallying up his score. So he only whacked Sosuke on the head because he was too bad of a shot to avenge his partner? At least Rogers knows his weaknesses. The Hound. I keep hearing that name. The Hound of Icaria. I cringe every time. No one actually calls him that, right? Sorry, but I definitely heard that name circulating around organized crime before. Talk to anyone who works at a gun range. Cops are fucking awful shots. This is true. Must be one hell of a bodyguard to have earned the nickname for it. He's a bodyguard? Then, yeah, must be pretty good. Of course, hound dogs are known for other things besides guarding. Sorry, that was, crude. Oh, don't be sorry. I don't even get enough of the joke to be offended. I can't wait until we get to see Sosuke when he's not bloody and bruised. Me neither, my pretty little puppy. Okay, that all makes for some interesting food for thought. But, Detective London, if you are working for the Blue Bloods... I never said I work for the Blue Bloods. It's more of a gig worker type thing, Tiger. I'm friends with everybody. If you are working for the mob in general, then how do I know you're even taking me to the right place and not, Whoa! I may pass the lasers along here and there, but I'm not damn. Hell, no one else is either. Whatever you're imagining, it is not that exciting, I promise. Not that exciting. Sounds about right. Is it like this in every city? Handshakes and gentlemen's agreements behind closed doors? You get disillusioned? The state has a great deal of power, Detective London. It makes countless rules. Now, I'm a big girl. I know that those rules don't apply to people equally. And I understand the value of criminal informants and the possible conflicts of interest that arise in trying to keep them around. What I don't get is why the state has all this strength, and it won't use it to just wipe the underworld off the map. That's pretty cold logic. I'd expect my state to be far colder. Hey, you ever heard this one? A politician, a CEO, and a mob boss are sitting at a round table with a gun in the middle. Who are you betting on? The CEO. A CEO looks at a loaded gun and sees the bullets in the clip as inventory that needs moving. Plus, they're used to taking a job and setting up their golden parachute before anything else. I doubt they'd walk into that room without first planning how they're getting out of it. Fair enough. CEOs only get the job in the first place by convincing their board they can navigate high stakes. But it's a trick question, of course. Rock, paper, scissors has no trump card. The politician can bring the heavy arm of the law down on the mob boss if he doesn't shoot the CEO for him. The mob boss can have the CEO's family killed if he doesn't blow away the politician first. And the CEO can turbocharge the campaign of whomever the politician's opponent is if he refuses to miss the mob boss. Yeah, seems like you could make the argument to go in the other direction, too. You could. So the point the riddle's meant to teach is this. Whoever convinces someone else to pull the trigger comes out on top. Funny. So, in the parable you've set up, the gun on the table, that's the police? A blameless tool, with no will of its own. Good Morgan sprite. Really normal. Yeah. Though it was older men than I who set it up. Didn't realize this country's police were so powerless. However did you manage? We used to have a partner that helped us out. A tiebreaker. Because all three of those powerful men would be screwed if a journalist told the world they were meeting together. I've got good news for you, Detective. Journalists still exist. I can introduce you to one. You can even take a photograph. No, I know they're not extinct. People will always write. It's just that no one wants to pay them to. Sorry. Didn't mean to talk so much. Maybe it's nerves coming back down here. What happened the last time you visited? Something up? Didn't put you to sleep, did I? No. Actually, your 3-seat table reminded me of an even older thought experiment. If God is omnipotent, why does he allow the existence of the devil? Even I know that one. To preserve free will or whatever, right? Yeah, that's the answer most people give. But right now I'm wondering if it isn't a rock, paper, scissors deadlock like the one you just described. God lets the devil be so he'll terrify man, and man will always need God's warm protection. And God needs man's faith, which can't be compelled. Of course, most people would also say that God's long dead in the 21st century, but we're still around. So that leaves the devil in an awfully strong position, doesn't it? You always picture 3 men in that room, don't you? Huh? Yeah, I guess I do. Sorry. Do 55 feminist rosaries for your penance. That's a really good line. Of the devil mentioned. I like this one. It's a pretty faithful interpretation of several lines of theological thought. "55 feminist rosaries for your penance" is really good. You could have just said 5 Hail Marys. That's also good, too. Free will is the usual answer. That's accurate. "6:01 p.m., August 14th, 2086. The rewards. Detective London. We're definitely not alone down here. But when you reassured your partner that we'd have company, I didn't think you were including blue bloods. You know, I knew I'd forgotten to mention. What? Well, then she's a liar, babe. Because I never said that. No, I never said that. Oh, come on, babe. That's what she's like. She lies for fun. Because that's what I call you, babe. It's a pet name. You like it? No, don't hang up. Don't hang up, baby. Don't hang up. Of course I do. We gotta get to work, huh? I'll have to call you back, babe. Something just came up. London. What is this? London, who is this? Counselor Morgan, this is Adelaide Hahn. She's a blue blood. Hey, I'm a perfectly legitimate career woman. You're speaking to a Zionist security site manager. If you need anything, miss, please don't hesitate to reach out. Hahn's card. Cute! The fidget tubby. I know! I'm still trying to get her voice 100% down pat, but I knew who this was instantly. Adelaide Hahn's business card, listing her as a site manager at Zionist Security, a known front for the Blue Blood criminal organization. Includes her personal contact number on top of her work details for some reason. Let me get my phone all set up for this as well. Get my London. Get a nice blue phone case. A real business card? It even has a watermark. I'm not familiar with Zionists. We're a private security and investigating firm. We provide bouncers, armed escorts. We catch cheating partners, find runaway debtors, run paternity tests, that kind of stuff. Zionist Security. Showing results for Zionist Private Security, LLC. The reason is that she's a lesbian? Probably. Yeah. Zionist Security is a trusted partner in your business ventures, offering a suite of private security services, including but not limited to bodyguards, convoys, bouncers, private investigators, paternity tests, family history research, and shipping insurance. Answer a few questions about your needs in our portal below, and we'll get you set up with the peace of mind you've been searching for. Your browser may prompt you with a security pop-up when interacting with some of the features on our site. You can safely disregard these messages, as they are related to a legal matter that has already been settled out of court. We apologize for the disruption in your site experience. Ready to get started? Not interested in sponsored search results? See further with a premium account. My god, it even has a watermark. Sorry, but have we met somewhere? No, it can't be. I'd never forget a beauty like you. She's the Hound's lawyer, hon. Seriously? She works for those copper-headed scumbags? For mortal enemies? That sucks. Another life then, eh? But I'll still play nice if you will. She's very attractive. Adelaide Hahn. Date of birth, April 16th. Height, 183 centimeters. Weight, 75 kilograms. Blood type O-. Occupation, site manager. Scientist security. Likes new furniture, silk clothes, dimples. Dislikes clingy types, jealous types, needles. Plays pickup games. Avoids laundry day. Least favorite chore? Throwing out dead flowers. Oh, I love her. Right. So you're private security and you're currently securing this crime scene? Yeah. What's with the tone? What you're hearing is genuine bewilderment. London, why are the police letting blue bloods contaminate the crime scene where a cop died? Likes women. Come on, we don't have cooties. If this wasn't the location where a cop died, we've already turned full control over to him. The problem is, her voice is like a medium between Morgan and London, and so depending on which of them I voice last when I switch to Han, it has a different affect. What? The police contract out the security around crime scenes to private companies all the time. And around here, the private company best suited for the job happen to be scientists. Letting them conduct their own side investigations is a small concession to keep the peace. A small concession? They're probably in there destroying evidence as we speak. We have the arcs to preserve the crime scene. They could burn the building down and we'd still have a pristine copy. ARCs, showing results for Augmented Reality Crime Scene. Augmented Reality Crime Scene, abbreviated as ARCs, is an investigative tool in which data harvested by the sensors worn on first responders is used to reconstruct a digital copy of a pristine crime scene. Programmed and distributed by a small number of tech corporations and frequently modified or even personalized by local municipalities, ARC systems are used by every major police force, most insurance investigators, and many law firms. After its introduction in the early 2060s, the technology briefly came under public scrutiny when the independent news organization United Mediacasters released a series of reports claiming that ARC's data was regularly edited by corrupt officials to erase state secrets. These reports were later found to be fake, and UMC was exposed as a subsidiary of a cell corporation within Lambda Work Solutions, who were marketing a number of alternatives to ARC's technology at the time. Board members at Lambda denounced the actions of said cell and offered assistance to their former competitors in suing leadership at UMC, but the proceedings and settlements in those lawsuits remain sealed. London Bridges is trying to save face. Police couldn't keep this crime scene off limits without our help, and he knows it. Gremlins would be smashing their shiny cameras and popping their expensive tires round the clock if we weren't here. And the rewards kids take out drones by tossing shoes at them. For fun! Is that why you see shoes hanging off of wires? No. I don't know why that happens. It's just a thing teens have always done for fun. Mystery solved? Fine. Maybe the cops and the Blue Bloods are all consummate professionals who never even bicker. But what kind of impartiality can I expect coming here to defend an Icaria? Well, you might get some ugly looks from those with less chivalry, but no one's gonna get in your way. We know how defense attorneys operate. We know Damn well, how you usually win. No one's gonna do anything to let you worm the hound out of his life sentence on a technicality. You sure you wouldn't prefer that? To have him back out on the streets so you can take another shot at him? Oh, so flattery. That's how you flirt. What does that mean? You think we'd ever manage to gun down the Hound of Icaria at the street? Shank him in a holding cell? Blue Bloods took him alive just fine the other day, didn't they? Yeah. And look what happened to them afterwards. So, you won't tamper with the crime scene just because you want to make sure the state lobotomizes Sosuke for pentuple homicide. Yeah. I mean, we also literally get paid good money to do these types of jobs, so we have a reputation to maintain. Rate us 5 stars when you're done looking around, okay? I'll be sure to leave a glowing review. So this is the main entrance. The front door looks about as heavy as I remember, but it's unlocked. What's that? How was this door found? Chopin and Rogers were the first officers on the scene, responding to gunfire. Someone heard that? Good thing I cleaned up fast. Checked the area, then entered through the front door. The door was definitely locked when I arrived. But I didn't lock it behind me when I left. I didn't have any keys. Admiring our handiwork? This is a scientist installation. Who else would Blue Bloods trust to secure Blue Blood buildings? How does it lock? You never used a key before? I want to know how the lock functions. Does it lock behind you automatically? That's a good question. You looking to buy? 'Cause I could set you up. It is a good question, hon. Why don't you answer it? Yeah, this model locks behind you by default. You need a key to get in if someone doesn't unlock it for you from inside. Physical key? Physical keys can't be hacked. Or overridden by a police badge. Some people consider those useful features. Is that why the door's ajar? It looks like the lock's been destroyed. Was it found like this? Yeah, for as long as the arch has been up. Front door. The front door entrance to the crime scene utilizes a physical lock and key mechanism designed to automatically lock behind you when leaving the building. The lock is currently damaged and non-functional. Trey definitely had to unlock it to let me inside. I didn't think to see if it had been if it had locked behind me after I left. Huge fan of Morgan's notes on the evidence that cannot be kept on the record. Little sip. Ahem. It definitely wasn't locked when me and Reyes arrived, which was around 10:20 p.m. Hang on, you and Reyes? What? Were you the second officers on the scene? That's right. We weren't far when the 10999 went out at 10:15. 10999. Jargon. An emergency response code most often used to relay officer down. 10999 is an emergency response code utilized in municipal systems around the nation, most frequently to signify that one or more first responders' lives are in danger. Most police departments' standard issue suite of biomonitors allow for this code to be sent out across emergency networks automatically when cardiac activity is disrupted or blood pressure changes rapidly. Due to the non-negligible chance that moderate exercise could be misinterpreted by biomonitors, leading to false alarms, some departments make it a policy to avoid enabling the automatic alert function. Long way from Precinct 254, isn't it? We were in the area. Awkward. You want the tour of that? Actually, I'd like to check out the alley first. You know the crime scene's on the 3rd floor, right? Yeah, but it has a window that opens to the alley, doesn't it? I just prefer to start from the bottom and work my way up sometimes. Sure, we can start there. Just be careful where you step if you like those boots at all. Okay, databed. One problem with blue bloods and cops running security, I don't know who to blame for leaving their shit here. I'll give the moral high ground to whichever part of society learns to pick up after themselves first. Bombing ruled out in university fire. Stretch. Panic abounded last week on campus when the computer labs at North Technica University were set ablaze in the early hours of the morning. Students and faculty skirted the campus in anxious, hunched postures as federal agents descended on the lab's vicinity, searching for signs that could point to a culprit. But as of today, the fire has officially been ruled an accident and successfully traced back to a cooling system failure in the basement's main server hub, a freak accident that has provided simultaneous relief and confusion to the community. When the fire was first reported on, many were quick to point out its similarities to other fires and bombings recently reported as sweeping eastward across the nation. Dubbed by some members of the press as work of the Witch of the West, each incident appears to have targeted data infrastructure, hitting state, corporate, and academic nerve centers, and leaving behind significant financial grief in the aftermath. Hundreds of thousands of files related to student debt, all of it non-recoverable, said one anonymous campus security specialist after their university's student registry records went up to literal smoke. We're reaching out to alumni as quickly as we can to try to piece their records back together, but frankly, a lot of them have been less than eager to speak with us, and we may have no choice but to re-examine payment plans for our current students' tuition. Federal investigative officials have no formal comments at this time, but some local law enforcement officers have described seeing federal agents frustrated with the so-called witch. Criticism of the response has begun to surface from the political realm, with Senator Court now formally calling for the Director of Investigations to testify as to the progress or lack thereof in the search for this serial arsonist. And other notable, hey, we don't seem to have your ID in our database. If you fill out a simple form for us, we can get you the rest of this article, along with a ton of other cool offers and limited time sales served up to it exclusively to a compliment ID 09 like you. I feel like I've heard stories about bombings out west the last few months. But I didn't know they'd all been attributed to one person, or that they're now calling them the Witch of the West. There's no mention of victims, only data centers being targeted. But clearly this witch is hitting someone where it hurts if they've now got it. What really stands out here is that the federal investigators are getting involved. Most national security agencies were absorbed in the military police complex decades ago. That bureau survived, but it's a mere fraction of the size it used to be, and very different in its function. Their modern reputation is that of attack dogs, deployed by the Senate to make examples of political targets. I can't say I like the idea of them being out there hunting for serial offenders. Alright, what else we got? Not much, huh? Not much on the ground at all. What's in the garbage? It was much darker last night than it is now, and I only took a quick peek. But even so, this looks like it's been moved, huh? Yep, you can see it right there. Yes, was trash picked up last night, perhaps? Checking the model number on the side. Looks like dumpsters this make haven't been picked up by the city in a decade. I didn't realize there was DRM on trash cans. Hey, it's a heavy model, tough to lift, even if its wheels weren't broken. And designed for containing industrial waste? How it ended up here in a residential district isn't that hard to puzzle out, is it? It was cheaper for the mags to dump their shit on us than it was to haul it to a landfill. Is that why I can see markings on the ground there? From leaks? Oh, you really are a tourist, aren't you? I've been in the lower wards before. But only at night, right? Rain's dirty down here. Stains the ground wherever it falls. Acid rain? Like from the history books? Not quite that bad. Just smog combined with precipitation combined with the charms of the city to make dirty rain, like I said. Lower wards, spring water. There's a shot named after it. Tequila and pickle juice. Ugh. So, is the dumpster empty? Let's see. Hey, grab a glove if you're gonna... Yeah, mostly empty, except a bunch of scrap metal at the bottom. Explains why I can't get it to budge. Careful. If you get your toe trapped into there, don't look at me to help you just because I'm modded. Are you saying you couldn't budge it either? I could if a girl was cheering me on. Okay, London, thanks. Don't know what I was expecting to find, really. Now just watch it so you don't... Let the lid slam. Dumpster! An industrial dumpster found in the alley just next to the crime scene. Incredibly heavy, yet still shows signs of having been moved recently. The lid makes a very unpleasant sound, as discovered by Detective London's thorough investigating. Sorry. Okay, what else we got? This fire escape would lead right up to the crime scene. Assuming it doesn't come crashing down once you step on it. It's missing the ladder that would connect it to street level. You're violating fire code with this tetanus trap, huh? Building inspections? Not my department. Besides, who want to climb up into a burning building? Firefighters? You're funny, Bridges. Even a copper firefighter wouldn't risk getting singed to save a lower ward's property from burning down. Copper adds. Noun. A derogatory term for an automated dependent. A derogatory word for automated dependents, particularly ones licensed by or operating under the authority of the state. Interested parties in the automated dependent industries have, on more than one occasion, lobbied for copper and other terms like it, clanker, chrome dome, microchip breath, sick, to be classified as hate speech, arguing that anti-mechanical sentiment constitutes an expression of prejudice. Were it considered a form of hate speech, incidents of destruction of corporate property, where such terms were used in prior communications, would qualify for additional severity and higher fines paid toward the damaged party. Under all but the most radical interpretations of hate speech law, however, prejudice can only be directed towards sentient, living things. People, animals, and corporations. If you feel that a corporation that you know has been the victim of a hate crime, you can report it at our confidential portal here. An ad could probably make the jump up there. Ads are heavy. If an android leaped onto that, the whole mess probably come down on top of them. Fire escape. The fire escape connected to the room where the crime took place. Rusty and poorly maintained, it's missing the ladder that would normally let you climb up from the street, so one could only freely move back and forth between the third floor room, where the bodies were found, and second floor room beneath it. Yeah, modders are heavy too. Hey. Looks like the only way into the building is through the front door, then. Alright, I'm done back here. So I think I've seen everything That's right. I was standing here last night when... Weird kid. It was dark and foggy. The kid was too far off to make out my face. Weren't they? What is it, Tiger? Nothing. Thought I saw someone out of the corner of my eye, that's all. Yeah. Around here, maybe it was an unlisted. What those are real? Keep to themselves, obviously, but yeah, they're real. I met some. They inform, sometimes, on what they've seen. Never come in to testify, of course. You'd think they'd stand out dressing like that, but if their camouflage didn't work, they wouldn't be unlisted, right? What do you mean they keep to themselves? Don't they work with any of the gangs down here? Sorry, have I gotten your hopes up or something? Trust me, you got better a chance of winning the lottery than running into one. Right, forget I asked. Unlisted, noun. Term for any individuals who are not actively registered in any state database. Unlisted is an informal designation given to individuals, often missing persons or unhoused, who are not being tracked in any government database. For much of the 21st century, individuals of this description were most often undocumented immigrants. Following shifts in immigration patterns and the implementation of the Military Service Citizenship Program, aka the Minutemen Bill, undocumented immigration has sharply declined. While many non-citizens do live and work within the country, they are tracked through immigration monitoring and services, or as part of their military service agreement, until they either leave the country or are fully naturalized at the end of their service. Today, unlisted mostly refers to small groups of seasonal workers who travel through the country on migrating caravans to find work undercutting corporate contracts on various agricultural or fungal installations. Some anthropological studies have described groups of unlisted living in urban, generally poorer areas as what are effectively homeless communities. Unlike most homeless people, the overwhelming majority of whom are unhoused for less than 2 weeks, these unlisted actively refuse state housing assistance or assistance of any kind. Concerns about malnourishment, illiteracy, extreme poverty, and rampant mental illness within unlisted populations has at times spurred outreach programs that attempt to contact them, but by their very nature as unlisted, actual data of their quality of life or cultural practices is virtually non existent, making most politicians hesitant to commit resources toward these causes. Are you ready to go inside? I think so, so long as. No, I'm not with anyone else. It's just me here. 'Cause she's shrill, princess. And delusional, you know that. I'm sure she'll catch up. I love her. So, you were saying this used to be an apartment building? Somewhere between that and a long-stay motel, yeah. Blue Bloods didn't deviate far from that model when they took over. Ballrooms like these, vaults, places to stash away a lover, witness, debtor when there's too much heat. You've gone through all of these vaults, I take it? Scientists helped us with that last night, yeah. Bringing around master keys, clearing out every possible hiding place. Didn't find a red-handed killer hiding anywhere, did you? Sorry, no. So this is the Blue Bloods' forte, then? Securing people, places, and things? You can think of it that way. Guess I always assumed gangs made their money through drugs. Well, the Blue Bloods do deal here and there. But narcotics has been a rich man's game ever since the CDCA rolled in. CDCA, showing results for Contraband Decriminalization Acts. A series of laws passed in the 2060s that decriminalized all narcotics use and established the Bureau of Narcotics Oversight to administrate the production, licensing, distribution, and taxation of drugs across the country. Overwhelmed by civil unrest and eager to replenish government coffers, the CDCA were intended to reduce the backlog of criminal cases across the country and provide much-needed tax income, while also incentivizing immigration with the promise of amnesty. In what was considered a domino effect, other major nations around the globe passed comparable laws to build up their own depleted war chests and revitalize their local economies. The so-called white wave of global amnesty overturned the international drug trafficking market in just a few short years. The Grey Wave followed shortly after, as money-starved criminal organizations waged economic and literal war against multinational corporations for dominance of this new grey market. Fierce competition for government licenses to produce classic narcotics emerged alongside a race to develop new, more powerful designer drugs, and to monopolize on their sale in the months it would take the government to identify and legalize them. While rates of addiction and overdose deaths had dropped since their peaks in the last 2 decades, the designers associated with untested designer drugs and drug distributors' eagerness to earn new customers have continued to fuel debate over the legacy of the CDCA and the white wave as a whole. If you had the funds to ride the grey wave the way House Icaria does, you can make a killing. You got the market corners from black to grey to white to pure green profit. Hi, Hal! Blue Bloods hate that they have to make do with all the scraps the Megs in the house don't bother producing en masse. Professional jealousy. How ugly. Why can't these underworld overlords just bury the hatchet, get together, and screw over the consumer like reasonable people do? Where are you right now? Investigating! They've tried, if you believe the rumors. About a year ago now, there was some kind of meeting. An olive branch from the golds to the blues. I just met, Han, if that helps. Apparently, the Blue Bloods had a product that the Icaria wanted to distribute. The Icaria sell legal drugs now, though. And what kind of product could the Blue Bloods have that the Icaria couldn't manufacture? Not sure. Maybe that's why I went south so fast. Blood was spilled in less than an hour. The Icaria aren't the type to keep negotiating after being spat on like that. And so, the Blue Bloods remained firmly planted in their lower boards niche. They might not like having to take the low end, but they are filling a gap in the market. And that's every proper capitalist calling, right? Besides, the workers certainly appreciate their protection down here. Workers hire Blue Bloods for protection? But all that stuff is legal, so long as they're licensed, isn't it? Legal? Yes. Respectable? Most would still say no. So, household name security megs consider it too high risk to be seen in the company of workers. Worker information only. Noun, abbreviated form of sex worker. Worker is a shortened form of the term sex worker, generally used to refer to individuals who are legally licensed as such, as opposed to those who are engaging in sex work outside of legal guidelines. Sex workers operating in high-end establishments, generally in specifically zoned municipal districts with high-medium property prices, cloud districts, and catering to only specific clientele, may be more commonly referred to as courtesans. Please sign in to verify your age in order to display the full search results for your query. It doesn't help that their average board member is easily pushing 60 years old. You aren't that far from pushing 60 yourself, are you? Matter of opinion. Besides, I'm a very modern, forward-thinking man. Did you finish those 50 rosaries already? Right. And the Icaria, they don't, compete in that market? No. People at the Icaria's patronize a courtesan or so with the cloud districts, but they never lower themselves to work alongside one. Do you go to the cloud district often? Hypocrites. That much I understand perfectly. The hypocrisy is the appeal for them. The rules don't apply to me. You couldn't ask for a more pure expression of power. Damn. Worse than I remember. Like a demon tore through the place. Haha, yeah. Seriously. What the hell happened here? I have no idea. That's what we all get paid to find out, right? Yeah. I've definitely got a head start on the rest of you, though. Shall we bring up the arcs? Sure, a demon. Demon is demeaning. You're looking for a devil. True. Sure, I'll patch you in. Allow me. If you're needed on the phone, Miss Hahn, please don't let me keep you here. Nonsense. I got all the time in the world for you. Everyone's treating me like royalty today. Arcs user portal authenticating, downloading, initializing. Take a sip. Augmented reality crime scene. Took the words right out of my mouth. Where shall we start? How about with tall, dark, and mysterious in the middle here? That's your client. He was found standing over Chopin's body by the arresting officer. Rogers, right? And then he knocked Sosuke out. Correct. So why is it this artistic rendition of Sosuke and not a capture from Rogers' body cam? Well, it seems like at the time their body cam was off. Seriously? Hey, I'd show him up myself if I was here with us. It's department policy to have all sensors green when responding to an emergency. Did all this not qualify as an emergency then? Chopin and Rogers were responding to shots fired. That's not uncommon in this part of town. For two inexperienced officers first on the scene, it might not have come to mind. At least Chopin could use that excuse. Rest in peace. But apparently, Rogers requests replacement body cams nearly every week. Okay, if he's that big of a klutz, take away his gun once the city's done throwing a parade. I'll, put in a request. Alright then, who's next? Who the hell is this? Who the hell are you? Really? Why are you lying there dead? Right in the middle of my crime scene. That was Tariq Chopin, as you might guess, a patrol officer and the son of two loving fathers, who strongly emphasized to the chief of police their desire to see justice done. It's her crime scene. She's pissed off, understandably. It's her crime scene. I say understandably. Reyes wasn't exaggerating about how he died. Run through from behind with a sword. So he would have been standing in front of the desk, then he was impaled. Then he collapsed to the floor face first, and the sword got stuck on the ground. Bad luck for the attacker, I suppose. Yeah, Dr. Sato, woo! He's noted in a report that the stab wound was, in her words, jostled. It's like with episode 0, where she got pissy about the last crime scene she made not being perfect. Well, she's such a perfectionist at times. I know. I mean, this one was messy to begin with, but it's like, who the fuck are you, you know? Bitch, who the fuck is you doing in my crime scene? Pardon? The attacker tried to pull it out, but it was stuck, so they had to jiggle it around? Hey, it's probably what saved Roger's life. Kept your client distracted and disarmed long enough to give Rogers time to rush in. What? Shout out to the trans femme cop? Okay, there we go. Allegedly. Not where I left you, that's for sure. And according to Sosuke, the one he does recall after I passed the baton to him is gripping his sword. You're not giving me much to work with. Fingerprints on the grip match your client's right hand, by the way. Here I was getting my hopes up. And it definitely wasn't suicide, because no one else's prints are on the damn thing. Katana. Bladed weapon found at the scene of the crime, impaled into the torso of victim Tariq Chopin. The steel is chipped at several points, especially on the tip. Fingerprints on the handle match the right hand of Sosuke Ikaria. No other prints found. Blood residue at various points of the blade matches the DNA of victims Chopin, Miller, and Trey. Another murder weapon I had to wipe prints off before taking my leave. It was indulgent, trying to take Trey's head off. It wasn't my only indulgence either. I must have gotten Miller's blood on the blade's tip when I dragged it across the floor. I ruled out suicide once I saw he was stabbed in the back, thank you. There are papers scattered underneath his body. Did I knock them off the desk at some point? Yes. And maybe when the tall one hit the ground? No, you threw them around. Or maybe when I was swinging that bat down on? No, you threw them around. Hang on. What kind of paper is this? I can't read a word. Really? You should get that looked at. My vision's 2020. What am I looking at, Miss Site Manager? Those docs are internal business, ma'am. Nothing to worry your pretty little head over. How do you know they're internal business if we can't read them? You've really never seen red ink before? Never heard of it. It's a corporate information security protocol. Files with special flags trigger specific print commands if you try to make physical copies. Makes you use some kind of special ink. Try to take a photo of it, and it comes out a bright blur. Paper's special too. Too much heat, humidity. Becomes illegible. A corpse bleeding out on top of you is a lot of heat and humidity. So these documents contain confidential data that the Blue Bloods wouldn't want getting out. Red ink tech. search results for Red Ink technology. Noun, information security protocol is designed to hamper attempts to copy physical documents. Surely we left no evidence of our presence at the crime scene. Listen, I wiped the prints off everything I possibly could. No, Morgan threw these around when she was trying to get the mask from the desk. I remember this. She was busy having sort of a manic session talking to Creek, so I guess she doesn't remember. Red Ink is an information system security protocol whose name has become synonymous with anti-dissemination technology in general. While different organizations will make use of different technologies to achieve their data security goals, the original system's core principles are still widely taught and practiced in business administration courses around the globe. We did get the full 10 chips from cleaning everything. I hope so. First developed in the mid-21st century amidst widespread concerns about hackers' newfound capabilities after the third net code leak, Red Ink practices emphasize the vulnerability of digital systems and espouse the relative reliability of physical documents, printed or even handwritten information that cannot be changed or stolen except through in-person action. More broadly, Red Ink systems are designed to minimize the time that critical information spends changing hands. Critics of the teachings thus claim it is antithetical to cooperation between peers and leads to siloing of information. Red ink is also commonly used to refer to any kind of printed text material that incorporates anti-piracy measures. Common examples include anti-photocopier sheen gloss, paper that degrades outside of extremely narrow moisture conditions, cipher-encrypted text based on extinct indigenous languages, and sleeper marks, printer machine codes left on the corners of documents that are invisible to the naked eye but are unique to individual printers. What do they say in the movies? I can't confirm or deny that. And if I subpoenaed the data? Do your worst. We got lawyers too. Unlike your client, they got all the time in the world to stall. Besides, you and I both know exactly what the Hound's motive was. And it isn't written on those pages. It's written all over his busted up face. Sure. But you won't mind if I copy down whatever I can anyway, right? I wouldn't have any legal reason to stop you if that's what you're getting at. Red ink documents. Documents found at the scene of the crime, mostly blotted out by the blood coming from Japan's corpse. Apparently contain confidential information of high value, but only the occasional page number, graphic, or name can be spotted. Snippets include page 21. Large skin required for expansion of eminent domain with proper. Page 345. Payments to supportive 403. Re-election for someone long to push for, colloquially referred to as the lower 592. Be upcoming. Stress the importance. OPSEC of the highest level. I hate positive the fact that the cleanup scene doesn't proceed unless you choose to, as though to make you feel like you missed something, no longer how hard you searched. I know, it really got to me. I really liked it. Okay, what else are we looking at here? Lots of shit, that's for sure. The big one. He made a strange face when I shot him, and a loud slam when he hit the floor. This one. Real long rap sheet, with a short ending. Buckshot to the torso, died instantly. Flexware on his mods put his time of death at 9:44 p.m. Killed by his own weapon. Comes up a bit short of poetic justice, but it doesn't look like he was in any kind of struggle for it beforehand. How'd someone manage to get it off his hands? It wasn't any great feat, I assure you. Tex identified it as a double-barreled Mag US, and... Hey, how did you know the gun was his? He's still wearing the holster in the arcs. Was I mistaken? No. About a week ago here, Tex here was stopped and frisked by a patrol unit. And they found this here gun on him. They saved Morgan, I know. They found this gun on him, And they just handed it back to him. He bought and paid for it above board. Oh my god, look at this dorky looking thing. The keychain, the little shark face. So this gun isn't jailbroken? You have tag data from the murders? No, we don't. Strange. According to the text, the gun is jailbroken. What happened between last week and last night? Did he get the tag stripped off? Mag US, a short-barrel maglev firearm, recovered from the scene of the crime. Registered to Anchor Tan, aka Tanks. Found on Sosuke Ikaria's person when he was arrested by Officer Rogers, fingerprint analysis shows that Sosuke Ikaria gripped it in his left hand. No one else's fingerprints are present. Modified to an illegal extent, the slugs fired detonate after penetrating their target, increasing lethality, and the gun leaves no digital traces, tags, from when or where it was fired. Horribly gaudy, but it got the job done. Last I saw it, I had left it in Sosuke's waistband. Something that made him think this piece would see action soon. This screen. I turned it on to distract Tanks long enough to grab his gun. And I remember choosing not to turn it back off. Interesting setup. Powerful setup. It was blaring when we arrived. The sound system, I mean. One of the CS techs is a real audiophile. Said it broke her heart how loud they must have blared the speakers all the time. Where's it at? She said. Sound system. A sound system found at the scene of the crime. According to the ARCs, the system was still playing music loudly by the time the crime scene techs started scanning the environment. It really was giving me a headache when I turned it off. I didn't enjoy having to turn it back on before I left, just to leave no trace. I wouldn't count on orcas to value the longevity of their tech purchases. Windows open to the fire escape and the alley below. There's a thin misting of blood across them. Got a good guess as to who it belongs to. This is where we found Creek, leader of the pod. Ballistics tells us the shooter was standing in front of the desk, near where my client was found. Your words, not mine. A nasty slug burst in his chest, blew blood back onto the windows behind him. The open windows. Hello, spread. Yes, it is. Did someone open these, or... No, they were open when we secured the scene. Any fingerprints? Plenty on the handles there, from Creek and his pod. That's where the handles are? Something wrong? Windows. The windows at the scene of the crime, positioned behind Creek's desk, opens to the alley and the fire escape. Blood splatter across the windows has, through forensic analysis, been traced back to when a Mag US shell split through Creek's ribcage, spraying blood and viscera behind him. Fingerprints on the handles match Creek and the rest of his pod. Definitely. But how the hell could I explain why I know that? No, sorry, I guess I'm wondering about the keys around his neck and the arcs. Oh. Well, one was a master key. Could unlock any other door in the building. The other key we eventually paired to a small safe in his desk. Empty, though. Suppose that's all irrelevant, since he apparently died with the keys on his person. Yeah, they caught my eye too, to be honest, but not every detective instinct pans out. So who was this guy? Curious? Only professionally. I don't care what he was before I killed him. Criminal record dating as far back as it goes. Sealed when he turned 18. What makes you so sure he has a juvenile record, then? Take a sip, babe. The more experience these guys get, the more time in between their arrests. Pattern I'm seeing, he was pretty damn experienced by the time he was of age. You trying to compliment him? I wasn't trying to insult him, Mom. Anything you'd like to add? No, nothing I want to say in front of you two. If you want to say a few words, the detective and I could step. Only words I have are for his killer. I'll deliver them in person, or not at all. Fair enough. Do you have any idea why someone might want to hurt this Creek fellow? That's not funny. That dog you're defending. It's a fair question, Alan. Give it fair consideration. Besides the Icaria, the Rust, or our city's finest? No. Creek was charismatic and driven. Plus, he made us a lot of money. No true blue would want him gone. What was up with that, London? The bloodthirsty Icaria soldier he was interrogating, however, probably wasn't a huge fan. What about family? This is getting old fast. Younger brother's listed as his next of kin. Leave his brother out of this. Hell, leave me out of this. Even to a person like you picking his zits. Well, seems he's out of town anyway, taking summer lessons at How Mariner U. That's a good school. Expensive school. Younger brother has no listed occupation. Also, no priors and no juvenile record. TAD at his age? Poor kid. Pills for that cost an arm and a leg. Krieg must have been sending him... Detective. Did you just leak the confidential medical information of a non-suspect to a third party? Hey, you don't have to... How about I buy you an ice cream or something? Bribery, too? You're digging yourself pretty deep. Is this still bribery if I'm the government official? Well, that's enough of that. What else are we looking at? Let's take a scan at Miller. Blood loss from the neck. Even I can tell that much. Stabbed with a bladed weapon right near the carotid artery. Very efficient. Not the kind of kill someone could make without prior experience. My client's a humble bodyguard. I like how London code switches a lot in the lower wards. Me too. Come on now. I know you've got a job to do, but you'll shame him if you don't let him take credit for this one. Miller was no joke in a fight. Let's take him out with one clean stab to the neck using his precious signature katana. The hound must be itching to brag about it. I'll defer to the medical examiner on this matter, thank you very much. What do you mean? Sato said the same thing. Katana to the neck. In not so many words. Is Miller's blood even on the katana? Yes. Even if it is, why would a medical examiner assume my katana was used here when my knife is a much better fit for... My knife. Where is it? Where? I gave Sosuke the knife before I left. It should have been found on him when he was arrested. It should be somewhere in the Arcs. You looking for something, Tiger? If I haven't found the knife and I ask about it anyway, that'd mean admitting I know it's missing. If I tell them Sosuke mentioned a knife that only the killer would know about, I'd be ruining my case before we even enter the courtroom. Or worse, pointing the police in the direction of the knife's real origin. No, I just... Was anything found on my client's person when he was arrested? Besides a gun, a sword, and a bunch of blood that did and didn't belong to him? No. And not even any lint in his pockets. Someone has my knife. Why do you ask? No reason. At least now I know he didn't do it. Someone else was here, and they have my knife. Sometimes you gotta shake the tree to see what falls out. Or so they say. Oh, you're blindly guessing. I've been there. Something must have happened to that knife. Couldn't have just disappeared. Not from a crime scene locked down like this. I'll need to find it, but I can't just go looking for it. I thought Suzuki was referring to having the knife, as I'm sure Morgan also did, when he said he had something sharp in his hands and he was using it to cut the bindings. But I guess that was his sword, which we did not give him. Or he did have the knife, and somewhere in between him escaping and the death of the cop, it disappeared. Is this what it feels like to play with a handicap? I'd advise you to brace yourself before opening the autopsy photos for this one, counselor. Yes, this is sufficiently obfuscated. A lot to take in. The skull was crushed? Yes, but the cause of death was blood loss from a laceration across the neck. He hit the floor and bled out in seconds. Everything else you're seeing there is post-mortem. Overkill. Not the word I'd use for this kind of shit. Calm down. I didn't do it for the fun of it. In this specific instance. This victim had moderate eyes. Seems to me like someone just didn't want to take any chances. Bullshit. No one in the lower wards would get off mods with recording functionality. You wouldn't be welcome anywhere. You gonna claim the hell the Vicaria didn't know something that fundamental? Nah. He bashed his brains in for the fun of it. I'm sure to a law-abiding citizen like yourself, we're all scum of the earth who deserve... I'm pretty scummy myself, huh? A defense attorney, remember? Who the hell deserves shit like this? Deserves? What does that have to do with anything? I take it that this bat is what did the deed. Matches the splinters found inside his wounds, if you had any doubts. There's nothing here about Sosuke's fingerprints. You think we can get anything with partials off that? Practically splinters. Makes sense. I was the one who actually swung it down, and I was wearing gloves by then. Whoever did this, they were damn enthusiastic. You know how hard they'd have to swing to crush a skull? To break the bat itself? I can't imagine. Broken bat. A cheap wooden bat used to bludgeon Trey's skull post-mortem. Splintered beyond repair during the bludgeoning, fingerprint analysis proven inconclusive, returning only partials. It's barring Sosuke from exiting the other room before I used it to destroy Trey's eyes, but no one else knows that, and I have no way of informing them. What a pain. Creek's pod was 3 of the most women-looking buff men to ever exist. I know! There's some fake blood that's been smeared here. Did it belong to this victim? And Sosuke. I wonder if maybe the bodies hadn't gotten moved around for some reason, but... Your client's legs and feet were soaked in others' blood when he was arrested. And he would have had to sneak up on Chopin in order to stab him in the back. You think he slid his feet across the ground to avoid making noise? Every time they him one of them, I'm like, oh right. It's 3 men in Creek, which is really funny. Does he say otherwise? I'll let you keep guessing on that one. Pull. Through this door is where they were keeping Sosuke, and where I let him off the leash. I'll leave that for after I finish in here. She does talk, Twix! Fuck me. You can't say that. Tragedy. Men exist. However, with your help, we can solve this issue. Many people are saying this. Creek's fine wood desk. He seemed particular about it. Maybe in no small part because it had priceless no mask hidden inside it, but... I assume you've been through this datapad here? Front to back, but we didn't find anything we didn't already know. Seems like Creek was smart enough to use it for payments and nothing else. Creek's datapad. Kill 6 women? What about the men? I was literally just saying that finally Morgan has balanced out her rap sheet after killing... I mean, she's killed hundreds of people. But, you know, after killing 6 women, now it's 3 men and a non-binary baddie. A simple datapad with an attachment for processing non-standard identification info, commonly sold to allow payment processing of unusual or rare forms. Besides some partials, fingerprints were found matching those of Creek and Officer Chopin. Technicians have confirmed that the datapad is locked to Creek's fingerprints, making it difficult for anyone else to use it. A dart card is stuck quite firmly into the attached card reader. Couldn't avoid touching it. Had to at least pretend the dart card would work. How do you manage that? Even gangsters need spreadsheets. Hence the paperwork you see scattered about. They really did everything by hand. PPP is what they call it in organized crime. Paper and pencil protocol. Helps the orcas keep their books off the books. Or at least, format that's easier to destroy should push come to shove. Did you run checks on this credit card that's jammed in here? Not surprised you don't recognize it. That there's a dark card. Wow. Tell me more. Wow, tell me more. It's an untraceable wallet in the palm of your hand. Diversity win. We killed one gender non-conforming person. I would hope any wallet could fit in the palm of your hand, detective. But you really can't find the owner? Can't trace any of its transactions? I like the degree to which Morgan both pretends to act uninformed about the lower wards and, also is. She goes down here to kill people on occasion, clearly. But she doesn't know that much about how they conduct business regularly. She only sort of knows what she needs to know. And so there's a mixture of, she acts really... entitled isn't the right word, but it's the word I have right now. She acts really entitled. She really is I know all this stuff already, let's get through it. But there's lots of stuff that she's totally clueless about and refuses to comment on being clueless about. Really funny to me. And of course the act she puts on for overworlders is that she's completely clueless to all this stuff. Most we can tell is that the databad registered Cold's dark card networks at around 9:40 p.m., but it timed out. What does that mean? The transfer didn't go through. Either someone got cold feet, or they forgot their password. I'm sure it will never bite her ass in the future. It kind of bit her in the ass already. This is true. Happens to the best of us. Dark card, a physical card key that begins the authentication process for accessing funds located in a cryptographically secure account. Without the fingerprint of the owner and their 24-digit passcode, the card alone is functionally useless. Forensics show that all fingerprints have been wiped off of it at some point. Recovered at the crime scene, stuck in the card reader of the datapad. Only reason I had to take my gloves off in the first place was because of this useless piece of plastic. Doesn't it raise some suspicion that some fingerprints have been wiped that others have not? I guess on the dark card it makes sense because maybe, the pod did it in the first place to avoid having their clients identified, but still. Nothing will ever bite Evangeline Morgan's ass. By the way, why has this cloth been flagged? I'm not sure. Forensics didn't find any blood on it. Who flagged it? Lady Rockford herself. Fuck. It's not like how a dark card works is private knowledge. All she would need to do is do a Google search. She just never thought to do it. Unless you missed something when she was watching over footage with Emma, but that probably wouldn't be biting. LOL. LOL. Could be that she fat-thumbed it. Yeah, I'm sure it's nothing. Papers scatter all over his desk. I suppose I'm partially to blame. I didn't exactly memorize his setup before I started searching for the mask. Oh, what's this? What'd you find there? Note? Icaria. Looks like Creek's handwriting from the other files I've seen. M. Icaria. Looks like M. Icaria, actually. He's dead, London, and we can let the spelling mistake slide. Right, sorry, but M? That's gotta be Makoto, right? You know Makoto? I know he's the Icaria's heir apparent. From what I hear, he's an appropriately frightening young scion. He's really quite something. But why would his name be on Creek's desk? He was Creek's real target the other day. Sosuke was some kind of consolation prize. Bag in the Hound was a consolation prize? Maybe there's a Morgan Icaria? These punks had their sights set high. Yeah. Like no one taught them not to stare at the sun. Okay, looks like that's everything in here. Well, I don't envy either of your workloads. It's a mess in here. Please note. A note scrawled on a small piece of paper reading M. Archaea. M. Icaria. Handwriting is by and large a match for other documents penned and initialed by Creek found at the crime scene. Nothing else I'm missing? Nah. Get some eclipse glasses at least. Okay, before we move on. Yeah, take a break. Look at home. Okay, hi. What? I wish I understood what it is about my body that makes it so that my nose gets really stuffy whenever I talk for a long time. It may be just the fact that I'm doing a lot of like relatively nasally voices, but still. Okay. Well, I don't envy either of your workloads. It's a mess in here. It's a lot of blood, that's for sure. I'm impressed you haven't gotten nauseous, miss. I'd be right at home here if you all weren't poking your noses around. Shoot, I just remembered. I'll never hear the end of it if I don't check in with my partner after saying I would. You too good to keep going if I step out to make a call. A call? Is your partner your mom? Is your mom blind? Send a text. Thanks for your understanding. Maybe he was the one with the weak stomach. You be sure to let me know if you're feeling faint. I can keep going. We're nearly finished anyway. I'd stick to the arcs if I were you. Nothing behind that door that's better seen in person. You've been such a gracious host up until this point, Miss Hahn. Why the cold feet now? It's ugly in there. Uglier than this? Different kind of ugly, then. It's all in the eye of the beholder. I warned you. Don't worry, I can stomach it just fine. So long as I can understand it. Why did Creek's paw torture my client? I don't know that they did. Sosuke told me they electrocuted him, Han. Probably just grounded him. Low-grade currents applied every few minutes. Stops most mods from rebooting. So no SOS pings, no adrenaline bursts pulled out of his ass. And the pliers, hammers, and syringes? What purpose do they serve? The more I think about it, the more Morgan and Ryoshi were the same person. I know! Make me feel crazy. I love women. They could have just killed Sosuke when they failed to nab Makoto. Instead, they dragged him down here. Why? To try to get info on Makoto's itinerary? Get enough intel to make another run at it? If there are any answers for me in here, I'll need a grout scraper to find them. Okay, here we go. It's water. Cold enough that condensation's on the outside of the bucket. Is that water for sponge baths? Just a simple way to keep guests from dozing off. Temperature shock makes caffeine look like a sleep aid. Is this coming after you claim you don't know if Sosuke was tortured? You know what that other bucket's for, then? I know you said you got a weak sense of smell, but do you really need a hint here? But then this last bucket here is... What's that? Trash? Cloth and rope. Bindings. Or bandages. See? They were nursing him back to health. I'll run your theory past Sosuke next chance I get. This must be what's left of what they were keeping Sosuke tied up with. Both view violence as an art form, both are good with kids, see Sarah, both have some kind of traumatic childhood and or family history. Listen, Hal, I don't know how to express this to you. Morgan insists that she does not have any kind of weird family history, and I don't know what you could possibly have to say in order to contradict this. She's like, listen, it's lame to be a serial killer because someone hit you. I'm normal. And I'm like, for sure. Hardy cloth bindings found inside the room where Sosuke was held, stiff with dried blood, and clearly cut with something sharp. Okay, but Morgan is an unreliable narrator. No, she's never told a lie. They would have had to use something, yeah. This door doesn't even lock. It's very important to Morgan that she isn't lame. I don't even think Morgan has a traumatic childhood. I think she just did that. Her trauma is being a psychopath, methinks. I do think that her trauma is being a psychopath. Like, to some extent. Clearly something else going on there, though, considering the sort of pointed nods at what Morgan's got going on. Every time someone brings up her family, she's like, yep, cool. Not after I removed the bat, barring it from the outside. So he was brought here, tied up, questioned. Then he breaks out, busts into the next room, cuts up 2 of his captors, and blows the other 2 away. That's what you think happened? That's what it looks like. And then what? Chopin runs in and turns his back on a violent criminal? Don't strain yourself trying to make it sound improbable. Cops are dumb. The hound crouched in a corner, he'd have his chance soon enough. I really hope her parents are just perfectly normal. She just had a bad relationship with them. Yeah. Well, they'd probably just play dead. Walking into that scene out there, you think some patrol officer would go around checking pulses? Why would my client go to all that trouble to get the jump on the officer? Why not just run away? Hell, why not ask him for medical treatment? Because he was standing in the middle of the 4 men he just killed? Ugh. I know that Sosuke had no logical reason to attack Chopin, but so what? Even Sosuke himself says he would have been acting on instinct. I do think that, to address this discussion, I do think that it's more complicated than, like, has a traumatic childhood. Because they do so much work lampshading the idea that having a traumatic childhood makes your actions okay. So I do think it's more complicated than that. I do think that there's something there, but I do think it's more complicated than that. I think she's very deliberately like, this was normal and I'm fine. Um, for many reasons. But I'm not sure what it is yet. I also do think Morgan kind of views things as being like a series of disconnected events. She just sort of floats through life, killing 6 women occasionally. Would instinct tell him that Chopin was in between him and his escape? I also made this point earlier, not on this stream, but talking about Morgan, that like Morgan's particular damage seems to me currently to be like, I live my life in such a way that I'm constantly seeking a dopamine rush, which is to say by killing people and high stakes gambling. Which is a fascinating and complicated state of mind that doesn't map neatly to some sort of flat view of psychological damage. What else we got in here? Can't look at the bars or the sink or the hammer. Okay, just gotta look at this. Has all this blood been tested, Miss Hahn? Enough of it has. Besides Sosuke, who else would it belong to? That's a bit lazy, but it's not as if there's more here than the last time I visited. Sosuke really did lose a lot of blood. And by the time he stumbled out of here, a stiff breeze should have been enough to knock him over. Is he really such a badass that he still managed to take out a police officer before he'd even noticed? It's not as if I feel nothing looking at someone else's handiwork, the product of their violence. But it's like, artificial sweetener. No complaints for that first instant. Then the aftertaste comes. Empty calories. I'll just be hungrier again later. Faster. Best to stay disciplined. She's so normal. Sorry. I think that Morgan's appetite for murder is very attractive, and that's a me problem. Hypodermic needles. Probably not packing anything healthy. Sosuke better hope they were at least sanitized. I'm not sure Sarah can treat an infection with gauze and rubbing alcohol alone. But those needles there... The design of these needles seems a little odd. Well, someone will tell you sooner or later, so... They're projectiles. Load them into a gun and fire away. Sosuke was captured by men wielding needle guns. Needles! Projectile hypodermic needles recovered from the room where Sosuke was being held. The contents within matched the non-lethal anesthetics found in Sosuke's bloodstream at the time of his arrest, though other needles were found containing stimulants and drugs commonly marketed as truth serums. Does Science Security have any peacekeeping tools they'd like to disclose as having recently gone missing? Cursing up the wrong pipe. Creek could find tools all on his own, and we're not that kind of operation. An operation where the right hand doesn't know what the left is doing. More like the right hand's just been washed, so if you want to handle some garbage. Science is that legitimate? I don't think that she, can't understand people's motivations. She just doesn't, and she feels she doesn't need to. Yeah. I think that she sees other people's motivations as a little bit, beneath her. Why aren't all the Blue Bloods working legal jobs, then? Not enough positions available. You gotta earn like hell to be considered for a job on this side of the fence. Creek and his pod weren't bringing in that kind of money. Cringe. Everyone else is cringe. Literally, she thinks everyone else is cringe. They like Creek's pod where it was. Who's they? Upper management. That mask is a death sentence, crafted specifically for one very special customer. I'm just the one given the honor of hanging on to it until. And did upper management like Creek? I'm just a humble site manager, miss. I wouldn't know. Sure. So do all these needles contain anesthetics? No. There's also stimulants and barbitazine. Barbitazine, a depressant drug that loosens inhibitions and increases talkativeness. Originally developed as a hypnotic sleep aid drug for active duty military personnel, barbitazine is currently prescribed, though rarely, as an anti anxiety and anti seizure medication. Often depicted in popular culture and some drug manufacturers' promotional materials as a truth serum, barbitazine has never been shown to function as such in a controlled setting. When compared against a sampling of liquors ranging from 40 to 80 proof, barbitazine resulted in truthful confessions only 0.2% more often, and no subjects admitted to providing information that they were not already comfortable with divulging. Users also frequently search for how to tell if someone was cheating, where to buy lie detector, see who has me muted on social media. Like the truth serum? You can get sued for selling it as such. It makes you talk. Doesn't make what you say the truth. So they wanted Sosuke talking. But what did they ask him? If your client can't remember or isn't willing to recall, there's really no one else alive who would know. Yeah? I'm getting a headache, but it's not from anything sensory. I should know more about this crime scene than anyone. Why can't I piece it together? If I can't piece it together, cops will never trace any of this back to me, right? So why do I feel so ill at ease? Okay, thanks for your patience, ladies. Did I miss anything? No. Oh. Would you have felt better if you had? I'm going to head out now, actually. I've got a long day tomorrow. You're going back by yourself, then? Are you sure? I could get you a ride out of the neighborhood. I'm sure Miss Hahn here has already made sure that we'll both get out of here without any trouble. That is her company's area of expertise, isn't it? Of course. Well, at least let me walk you out. Sure. Why not? Safe travels. Uh-huh. So, Detective, there's something you didn't want to talk about in front of the professionals at Cyanus Security? Thanks for picking up on that. Reyes will be upset that you never checked in. Yeah, right after this I will. This room. Are we directly underneath the crime scene? Yep. Same fire escape right there. Same type of window, too. Has this room been scanned into the arcs? Yeah, but no one found anything noteworthy. Except Cyanus being sloppy. So what were you actually doing when you left Han and I back there? Something Han said earlier about how no true blue would wish harm on Creek. Her phrasing stood out to me. Yeah, I saw that, London. Because it implies the existence of false blue bloods? Because it reminded me of one of the first things I learned in this city. There are no monoliths. Megs, Orcas, Skull. There's always factions. And among the blue bloods, the party lines are especially visible. So I made a call. Not to Reyes, and confirmed some things. And I figure I owe you a little hint or two, considering the tone of the last message I delivered. That message warned me not to broaden the scope of my investigation. Getting hints from you might be self-defeating. Not these hints. Trust me. So what faction did our pal Creek belong to? The Youngbloods. Opposite ends of the compass from the old guard, said conservative blue blood leadership. All of them older than 70, some of them pushing higher than 90. Han said Greek was too useful for anyone to want dead, but my sources don't agree. Greek talked, said things aloud, but others only whispered. Ambitious, charismatic, up-and-coming, and young. Could easily see him being very unpopular with all the wrong people in the old guard. That's interesting info, Detective, but it doesn't exactly flip this case on its head. I already know who killed Greek. The police have already decided it's Sosuke. Learning that he had some occupational hazards will hardly convince the jury otherwise. My client's the one standing accused, and everyone already knows why Blue Bloods and Ikarias would want to kill each other. Do you? They're rival gangs. They hate each other. Do you know why? It's the same reason all the Blue Blood leadership is ancient, while all their muscle is made up of orphans and delinquents. 30 years ago, the Ikaria betrayed their peace with the Blue Bloods. Started killing them. And it didn't stop for days. By the end of it, every single member of the leading Blue Blood families under the age of 40 was dead. Well, I can see how their kids would grow up to hate the Ikaria, yeah. But you're not getting it, Tiger. Their kids didn't grow up at all. If that's the case, how are the Blue Bloods still around? For one thing, the Ikaria had bigger fish to fry. This was right before the Red Decade. They spent every second of the next 10 years positioning themselves so they could come out the other end as neo-ability. Second, what remained of the Blue Bloods found a new niche to fill. Taken in delinquents, furious at a country driven off a cliff by adults before they could even get a chance to vote. Blue Bloods swelled their ranks to new heights by looking out for little guys during those years, in exchange for favors down the line. Lastly, and most importantly, they survived because they still had hope. Are you serious? I am. It's a powerful weapon. Hope for what? Hope that the Ikaria had missed one, that they'd fled the country. Hope that a promised heir would grow strong and return one day. A triumphant little lord with overflowing riches and overwhelming power. Sounds like a fairy tale. Those endure for a reason. Well, now you know. A warning to watch where you step isn't exactly worth much if you're fumbling around in the dark. Fairy tales and warnings. What's up? Hey, did you and your pals in OC ever hear about some kind of blue blood hunter? Like, bounty hunter? Or huntsman? Where'd you hear that? Sosuke thinks he might have overheard talk of something like that while he was in captivity. Does it mean anything? Nope. I don't like the hesitation there, Detective. Just an urban legend. I would have said the same thing about Unlisted before this afternoon, and yet... Fair enough. If you see a huntsman and live to tell the tale, I'll buy you as many lotto tickets as you want. Hey, you ever pay attention to any of this graffiti down here? Scrawlings about Lobo and the Cyberpunk and HBK recently. I haven't seen that myself. I was gonna say Red Hood. Why are you asking? Do you feel a chill down your spine? Except for HBK, that's all old news. Ghost stories and campfire tales. There are a lot of campsites around here. Lots of places to start fires. But Red Hood, haven't heard that in who knows how long. It's one of the oldest. Rough story. It's based on a real event. Nothing worth recounting. I'll take your word for it. What's gotten into you that you're feeling all superstitious? Guilty conscience? You mean about working with the mafia? A psychologist would call that projecting. Ouch. Too far. Nah. Didn't feel a thing. I don't know why I asked, really. Guess I've just had an odd feeling all day. Like deja vu? You been here before? No, I hate that feeling. It's whatever the opposite of that would be. The unnerving certainty that you're in uncharted waters. Certain term. Scary stuff. 8:32 p.m., August 14th, 2086. Morgan's apartment. My favorite place! Icaria. Blue blood, Megs, orcas. Dirty cops and criminal informants. Lines drawn back and forth across a battlefield like a spider's suspension bridge. Dizzying in its complexity, frail along any given strand, but one wrong move and you're completely ensnared. Priorities. The Icaria don't care about who tore through Creek's gang, but they would prefer Sosuke doesn't spend life in prison for killing a cop. The Blue Bloods want to tear Sosuke's throat out, but if Han's taken at her word, they're settling for 5 counts of murder. Can I take Han at her word? Is she a young blood like Creek, or is she with the old guard? Could I have asked London that? If I had, I've trusted his answer. Because it turns out Qasim London is much, much harder to read than I anticipated. And I can't even trust my client to act in his own self-interest. The man's a bodyguard by trade and a zealot for his house. Trial starts tomorrow. Do I still need more information? Is there time to find it? No. What I need right now is a nightcap. If I can't fall asleep, then I'll know I'm in trouble. Until then, guess sleep will have to wait. It's unlocked. Hey. Pardon me for dropping in at such a late hour, Councillor Morgan. Standing there in my doorway, she cut through the light like a blade of spilt ink. But twice as sharp, and not nearly as familiar. It is outside of normal consultation hours, Miss. She purses her lips, like lily petals shying away from the moonlight. What's a smirk by any other name? Please, call me Mireille. Any last name, Mireille? The question floats in the air like curling cigarette smoke. I could tell she was used to the smell. I'll leave that up to your imagination. Self-assured and unapologetic, the unspoken family name loud as a signature. Written in blood. You're from House Icaria. Might I step inside? She blinks. Her head turns a millimeter. A forked tongue testing the temperature of the air. She wasn't asking for permission. Just you? What about your friends in the hallway? She raises an eyebrow, but keeps staring at the floor. She's surprised at my perception of the unseen threat. Not quite impressed. I don't think they need to join us. Do you? She was the kind of woman to make you remember. Smoking could kill. How can I be of service, Mireille? Mireille Icaria? Date of birth, October 1st. Height, 163 centimeters. Weight, unknown. Blood type, full marks. Occupation, representative. Likes sipping alcohol, rubbing alcohol, arachnids. Dislikes sunrises, black tea, photographers. Favorite smell? Dojo floors. The best at making use of people. The worst at hiding my distaste. You're already being quite accommodating, both to me, my family's interests. I came here tonight to be of service to you. I understand that you're somewhat new to this underworld of ours. I'm grateful for the offer, Mirai. But inexperienced as I am, I've gathered that House Ikaria didn't come into its fortune by being generous. Would you like to know how House Ikaria did come into its fortune? I know you operate a lending corporation with a significantly diversified portfolio. Yes, the good old IFG. The public face of the Ikaria criminal empire, clean and shaven as it's become. And I know you founded a pharmaceutical company and profited immensely when it went public. And before that, I know your family became nobility during the years of civil unrest. No doubt by being well positioned when the time came to re-privatize our nation's industries. Yes. And before that, I know you slaughtered the Blue Bloods 30 years ago. Very good, Counselor Morgan. You've acclimated to our waters remarkably fast. What I don't know is why Makoto Ikaria has been the target of multiple kidnapping attempts over the past year. I can't fathom a guess as to why the Blue Bloods might want to ransom the family's heir. That's the only guess I can make. It strikes me as shallow. Nothing more dangerous than waters you don't know the depth of. As you said, 30 years ago, the Ikaria cartel, an unrecognizable band of brutes and drug smugglers compared to today, massacred the respectable Blue Bloods and left their geriatric leadership to die on the vine. We thrust the knife much deeper than that. You went after their heirs and their entire future. Are you familiar with genetic factor authentication? Using DNA as a password. Blood, specifically. Easier than memorizing a string 3 billion characters long. But GFA's fallen out of favor, hasn't it? GFA. Take a sip. Showing results for genetic factor authentication. Genetic factor authentication is a password security system wherein a live blood sample is provided in combination with a username and a passkey in order to complete verification. GFA can only be conducted in person, with the sample acquired by a trained on-site professional. Because of the physical realities of the verification process itself, GFA is considered cryptographically secure. It cannot be bypassed or hacked in any traditional sense. While some security systems and cryptographic algorithms incorporate biological elements in one or more ways, GFA, as it was originally developed, has gone largely unadopted throughout the business world. Few corporations are interested in tying information or resources to specific bloodlines as opposed to specific groups, and the verification process itself is inconvenient for most, while totally unusable for anyone working remotely. GFA is still offered, however, at some of the most prestigious and secure banks in the world, and families with particularly long lineages that have been known to favor GFA for what are effectively symbolic reasons. Because GFA remains accessible to any past or future offspring of the initial registries, it is sometimes offered as a wedding or baby shower gift for couples intending to set up trusts. Users also frequently search for how to change the lost password fast. Blue Bloods made ample use of it back then. A bad bet. They already had all their offshore accounts, business titles, property deeds. Blue Bloods thought they had already won, that they were establishing a dynasty. So, as they made their political marriages, they bound their alliances and fortunes in literal blood. GFA was both a financial and symbolic laundering of the Blue Bloods' past. Their children, now married, clean-cut, perfectly respectable, would prosper alongside wealth no longer tainted by ill-gotten gains. So that GFA registry became the Icarius checklist. We went through and crossed out anyone that could have accessed those funds. Now, all of it sits untouchable overseas in encrypted digital warehouses in some of the oldest, most austere banks in the world. Collecting interests that'll never be claimed. Does that answer your question as to why they target Makoto? No. And you know it doesn't. Because if they thought they could lock you out of your coffers by killing Makoto, they wouldn't be trying to take him alive. Paying attention. I like that. We don't use GFA. And Makoto is the heir to House Icaria, to the Icaria Financial Group. But he'd never be tied to our legitimate banking information. Why not? What if he wants to buy a lollipop? A lollipop would be provided for him. The family's black market proceeds and its white market holdings must never mix. You divided your house right down the middle. Pardon the expression, but how can you stand? Atop the backs of many. And you all take this division that seriously? Deadly seriously. That's our family's rule, dating back centuries. Either you serve the house, or you serve its interests. Never both. So you're assigned to either the criminal organization, what's registered as the IFG, or to managing the family's legitimate business holdings like Renogen. But that means you are nearly as much of an outsider to the Icaria Financial Group as you are. Nearly is doing a lot of work there. Who do you answer to? Who controls the Icaria's legitimate empire? Until Makoto marries his mother. And I take it Makoto isn't solely responsible for the house's affairs at his age. Makoto wields great authority as the heir. But yes, the house is led by his father Raphael, more directly by his grandfather, our patriarch, Daisuke Icaria. I see. But that puts me back where I started. Blue Bloods want to hold Makoto hostage to gain leverage on the likes of Daisuke. How can I put this? Things gone even slightly different 30 years ago. Blue Bloods would be the ones shaking hands with politicians, marrying ambassadors, and sitting in boardrooms. Some of them believe it can still be so, if the right match were made. They want to marry into House Icaria? But Makoto's and all the real Blue Bloods are older than... They'd find an age-appropriate adoption. You're missing the point. They need Makoto alive and well to negotiate that kind of reversal of fortune. So they've been trying to capture him for the past year. But every blue blood I met today seemed to care a lot more about getting revenge for their dead men than kidnapping a preteen. How many of them do you think Sosuke has cut down in the last year he spent repelling their attempts? Is that a source of internal conflict? If the old guard are throwing young bloods into an Ikaria shredder en masse, trying to capture Mikoto just to elevate themselves, I suppose that all might total up to enough motivation for them to torture Sosuke, yeah. I'd heard Sosuke was wounded. No one informed me that he'd been tortured. You know him, I take it? As you've gathered, Sosuke deals in matters unrelated to my side of the family. But he is still family. Speaking of my side, I have a duty as a representative of my wing of the house to stress that we do not want this trial to be prolonged. So the bean counters don't care for the extra attention. That makes sense. Do you care about the outcome? A win is always preferable, but not a necessity. Makoto Ikaria hired me to prove Sosuke's innocence. If he's the one signing the checks, did he say why he hired you? He hired you for 2 reasons. Reason 1, his options are limited. More limited than he suggested, no doubt, to keep a strong front. The entire house is currently being audited by the state. Our usual legion of lawyers and accountants are already billing hours as fast as they can, so we wouldn't have this pick of the litter. So one half of the family can't talk business at the other half. Business at the dinner table with the other half, but you still share a pool of lawyers? Lawyers can be trusted to be discreet, can they not? Yeah, we can read between the lines. So then you'll understand reason 2. Whatever lawyer he did find through the Ikaria's usual connections would, like me, do whatever's best for the house as a whole. And not what's best for Sosuke. I'll make an amendment. 3 reasons. Makoto knew that if he didn't assign him any lawyer, Sosuke would just stay silent as the state dragged him off to be chained, rather than inconvenience the house any further. Well, yeah. I've known Sosuke for less than a day, and even I can tell he's never seen a cross he wouldn't jump at the opportunity to bear. That explains why Makoto would hire someone without connections to the Ikaria. You slow rolling in another addendum that'll clear up why on earth my name came across his desk? Littered with crayons and times tables, as I'm sure it was? I hope I've been able to elucidate matters for you, Counselor Morgan. Masterfully subtle way to say we're done talking. Now, I might ask you a small favor in return. Pass this message to Sosuke. If you see a way out, take it. Do you understand what you're asking him to do? Even if Sosuke took a plea bargain, even if I somehow got the other charges reduced to manslaughter, self-defense, the state thinks he killed a cop. The message is for Sosuke, not you. Your interpretation of it is irrelevant. End of conversation. As she reaches the exit, she turns back to look at me, lingering in the doorway like the warm buzz of a strong, dark cocktail. But your assessment is correct. were just 4 dead blue bloods, our dim little underworld could balance out the ledger unassisted. That cop hadn't shown up last night. Do you know something about the late Officer Chopin? City in mourning after death of city councilman's beloved adoptive son in the line of duty. All I know is that his funeral dirge will make those 4 boys' deaths sound like a disinterested sigh. By the way, I must admit, you have a lovely apartment, counselor. Changing subjects as subtly as a bullet train hopping its tracks. Quite spacious for a defense attorney. Yeah, place wouldn't sell after the tram route got diverted. I negotiated down the rent and then installed all the soundproofing myself. Can't open the windows without being treated to the sounds of the city, though. There's always a cost. That's one mystery solved then, isn't it? Enjoy the rest of your quiet evening, counselor. The door glides to a close behind her, easy as a question left unasked. I'm left here, hanging on a single held breath of stillness. Listening as the deafened thud of her honor guard's implied violence stomps down the hallway behind her. I was still leaned back in my chair, staring holes into my ceiling, long after the scent of her expensive tobacco had faded into null. Savoring it while it lasted was beyond me at this point. My attention's elsewhere. This case is knotted and twisted like a gnarled oak. Just when I think I've found my rhythm, the blade runs dull. Carving is an exercise in patience and vision. You need to start with a clear picture of what you want. I want some answers. But for now, I'll sleep. Tomorrow in court, I'll just have to keep whittling away at the wood until I fashion something halfway usable. And, well, if that doesn't work, I'll use a chainsaw. Hey, cool kid. Yes, you. Trying to look all stoic staring out the window. A little late to try to look detached after that thing you pulled the other day. That wasn't a joke? Making that announcement in front of the class? Trying to start a detective club or something? What mysteries? Disappearing cleaning supplies? Books not getting returned to the library? Sounds lame. Well, not like that's your fault. Everything's lame. Good luck finding members. Everyone around here already knows what they're going to do after school. And tomorrow. And next year. They're all staring down the barrel of a lucrative career in, telling other companies how to provide web services, or whatever the hell this school is supposed to train us for. A lawyer? You say so, cool kid. The Megs will probably have some robots doing that by the time you graduate, but sure. Law school is supposed to be hard to get into. You'll need a record that doesn't suck. Getting the club you started shut down because you couldn't get anyone to join probably won't help. Wow. So confident. You really are a cool kid. "11:42 a.m., August 15th, 2086. State Building. Floor 48. Okay, that's it for me for tonight. That feels like an appropriate place to cut it. I want to cut it before we get into court this morning, even though we're ending on this exciting note. How long is this music going to amp up for? That's what I want to know. I do also wonder how she got her collar of smoke. can't believe Cromer is canon of the devil. How could you, Ash? Listen, it's been a 4-hour stream. I could go longer. But I really shouldn't. It's an Endless Staircase song. Great. We'll go ahead and not load our game. Good lord. Listen, I'm as entranced as the rest of you people at this point. But my need for closure does not translate into the rest of this. The song will keep amping up until morale improves. Anyway. Hachimachi. I love Hot Smoking Woman. I love Morgan's school nightmare. What's up with that? I appreciate that she was a fucking, just sort of a guileless nerd, it seems. Always getting attached with weird women. Her dumbass boots. Yeah. There's lots to unpack there. I'm enthusiastic to see how court plays out. I'm sorry that I have to cut you off before we get to see my favorite girl, but that's why you have to tune in 2 days for the next one. I would do another one tomorrow, but I feel like I should give it a little more time than that. The Illusion of the Endless Staircase. So, 31st, 6 p.m. Central. I'll be back. 2 days is New Year's Eve? Yeah, I know. And? Justice for otD has to wait longer. Of the Devil about the fascist pipeline? True. Yeah, I'll be streaming on New Year's Eve. There's no better way I would like to spend the first, 4 hours of my New Year's Eve evening. My New Year's Eve than streaming Of the Devil. But I'll be gone before it hits, close to midnight here, so. The Illusion of the Endless Staircase is my Great Ace Attorney fan case. That's pretty good. Oh, I don't know what is going on here. Someone has Morgan's knife. I'm deliberately ignoring all of Morgan's sort of psychological trauma at the moment, because there's a lot to unpack there, but I have, I'll put that in elongated Discord posts under spoiler bars another day. Tomorrow. Someone has Morgan's knife. Scary mob. She's so normal. I don't know how we're gonna get it out of this one, fellas. But I'm excited about it. Okay. Before I bore you to death, check my notifications real quick to make sure there's nothing urgent in there. No, we're fine. She's so normal and not cringe and a nerd at all. First of all, she's not cringe. Second of all, she's normal. Third of all, she's psychologically, sound. Perfectly sound. I'll see you on the 31st. On New Year's Eve. For the Devil time. Cool? She doesn't exist, she isn't cringe, and she isn't lame. Many people are saying this. Yippee! Tomorrow will be spent, angsting over Of the Devil. I'm not gonna, take a break from thinking about Of the Devil. I just think it's better to have sort of a break in between this so I can really pour over it. See you New Year's Eve! I got nothing else to say. Bye-bye!